Music is powerful, man. It speaks to a primal pit in our brains. It makes anyone want to get up and get their knees going. Gotta get them pumping, pumping, pumping. Boom, 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 boom.
That would
Daddy.
suck. The way I saw Kristen start up was really special. I'm not even gonna. Oh yeah, everything worked. Cool. Sometimes you just click and find out.
I
Okay.
really wanted to get the daddy of it all in there.
You know, and you know what? I'm proud of you because that was.
Don't we all want a daddy in there?
Anyway.
You may need to refresh the captions.
Oh yes, thank you. Okay, I knew something was not refreshed. Okay, so before we get into it, usually we start with a few announcements. It's been a little while. It's been a week. We were supposed
It's been a
to.
while.
Not this. It's been a little while. We were supposed to initially take a break this week, but I learned how to read, and so my schedule kind of fixed itself, and I ended up being here. And so we all ended up being here because that's the wonderful magic of scheduling. Why is there a hype train? How did a hype train happen? What?
Because 5 people resubbed.
And Matt subbed for the first time.
Wait,
Really?
why did my hype love not work? I want to refund.
I see it in my
Mr.
chat.
Okay.
Okay, a lot just happened. First of all, thank you to I gotta can I filter this by subs? Nope, I'm just gonna use my eyes. Thank you, Sarah, Kristen, Chris, and Matt for the subs. Matt, especially thank you for that brand new tier 1 sub. Welcome into the void. I hope you enjoy your stay. We're adding new emotes by the hour or whenever Twitch approves them.
Locally grown, non-GMO sub.
Yes, thank you.
Grass-fed.
Free range, cage free.
No hormones added. Growth hormones, I might add.
If you're coming in for the very first time and you're following, I see you. Thank you very much. Welcome in. It's great to have you. You've probably noticed by now, but just in case, we do have 10-minute follower mode only, just as a safety mechanism for the community, just to kind of, let people think about what they're going to say before they come in, because sometimes people say some whack shit. So, Chris, you good, bestie?
I had to sneeze, and I was preparing something, and then I went
when
away.
you're like, oh, I need to sneeze, and then it doesn't happen, and it's like sneeze edging is the worst.
Not the edging.
I'm torn if I want a clip of that or not. And I think I'm going to settle on no.
Too late. I'm on it.
Thanks, Kristen. So just reiterating that.
This is the only thing in my TTRPG reel.
Oh, God. Yeah, just view my work below, and it's just this. yeah, so if you're coming in for the very first time, thank you. Welcome. Once the 10 minutes are up, I would love to hear from you if you want to say hello, if you want to drop a couple emotes. But as always, lurking is completely and totally valid. You do you. Hang out how you want to, what makes you comfortable, what makes you feel safe. Okay. Yes, it's nice. Thank you. It's been a little while, so before I jump into a recap of last episode, which might be a little bit scattered because my brain is a little bit scrambled eggs right now, all of our episodes are currently up on the VOD channel, so there is a playlist called Stormborn's Curse. I believe I have linked to it in a billion different places, but you can catch up on all of the episodes that have previously occurred, as well as the ones that are currently as VODs on Twitch, but they always go up pretty much immediately following the weekend, so you can keep an eye out for that.
And a quick teaser that a recap document of everything that's happened to date is going to be coming to you soon. That way, if you want to just jump in right now and not worry about having to watch a lot of hours.
That's, oh yes. I'm really glad you said that, because I wasn't sure if you were ready to talk about it, and I didn't want to just, like, throw it out there, and you're like, ugh.
No, yeah, it's out there.
Okay, so, sounded so sad about it.
I just, made the choice, and maybe I'll regret it, but it's too late now.
It's fine. It's a group effort, from all of us.
Assistance from my Bible, let me know.
Oh, if you think I'm not gonna ask.
It's a group effort from us to hopefully help anybody who's jumping in for the first time start from about where we are right now, roughly-ish, and kind of catch up on who the characters are, what has occurred, and just easily consume, because we do run for quite a few hours at a time, and we have been going for a little while. So hopefully that will be coming to you soon, and I'll make a big deal about it because my players are amazing and help me keep track of events that have occurred, and I'm really, really grateful for them. Oh, Matt, thank you for the gifted sub to Adam. I don't know if Adam is lurking, but Adam, if you're here, you should
lurk. Lurking.
Oh,
nice!
My viewer thing is not updated. I see you. Hi, Adam.
Thank you, Adam. Adam, I hope you're doing good. Not to call you out from the shadows, but thank you, Matt, for that gifted sub. I appreciate it.
Kata!
Hi, Kata. I wish I could say letters. Hi, welcome in.
Oh, so many good friends.
So many friends.
So many new friends.
Just a heads up for anyone new here as well. I see everybody that's coming in and I love you so much. But once we get the game started, I only have so many brain cells, 1 to be exact, and it gets very hard for me to, I'm sure any Dungeon Master will feel this, it gets very hard for me to acknowledge chat while we're going through the game. If I don't acknowledge something, I just know that I see it and I really do appreciate it, and I got little funky buttons I can push to try and wave at you, but I promise I'm not ignoring you, I see you.
Sometimes we can't ignore chat no matter how hard we try.
Very commonly, and usually it's y'all specifically that's causing that problem, but you know. Yeah, okay, all right. Before we jump into the recap, also one more quick thing. Today is National GM/DM Day. So, to all of my fellow game masters, dungeon masters out there, I want to say thank you. I know how hard you work, because I know how hard I work, and I see you. Your work is valid and appreciated, and I am so glad that other people love these funky little tabletop games as much as I do. If you are a common player, whether you GM'd before or you're just usually a player, please take your time to thank a wonderful GM or DM in your life today, or somebody that you look up to maybe. We don't hear it enough, to put it simply. I don't think that DMs and GMs get enough wider appreciation. I am blessed enough to have a cast that reminds me how much I am appreciated frequently, and it really makes my day. But I don't think a lot of GMs get to hear that. Chris, are you raising your hand?
Yes. Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Okay.
It was the self-control for me.
I am proud of you.
Know?
I am proud of you. think that was... Oh, also I updated my throne, and that's all I'm going to say. Wait, I do have another thing. I promise I'm usually more organized than this. Not really. So, this upcoming Sunday, I'm going to be playing in a TTRPG called Coven. Coven was designed and created by Ethan Reynolds, who is a member of the TTRPG community. Ethan is phenomenal and a wonderful creator, and we've gotten a really cool group together. It's an all-warlock TTRPG with very simple rules. And if you want to send some support Ethan's way and maybe purchase it, there are links to that are going to be available, but it's going to be hosted over at the Space Jamber. We love Amber here in this community. It's going to be featured over on Amber's channel on Sunday at 7 EST, 7 p.m. EST. Ugh. I just retweeted a tweet about it, and the number didn't stick in my head, but it'll be at a time and a place on the internet. And I have a really cool character that, maybe one day in Stormborn's Curse, we might actually cross paths with them. Which is exciting. So, with all of that being said, I screamed quickly about my throne. I think that was all I had to say. If I forgot something, it'd be like that. Okay. I am going to attempt to stumble my way through a recap. Usually my recaps are smoother than this, so I apologize, but it has been a week between, and my life is consistently scrambled eggs. So bear with me. I'm going to try and catch us up. When last we met, our party was still in the thick of this sort of family... not a squabble per se, but this sort of complicated web of family affairs involving Ripley, who is one of our main NPCs. Ripley is a sweetheart half-orc, about 7 feet tall, her heart almost as big as her, and she received a letter from her brother that had concerned her because she and her brother were very close. And so the party volunteered to accompany her to go and check in on him and make sure he was safe. And it seems like there is a lot more to Ripley's family than initially thought, and a lot more to Ripley and her brother than initially thought. So the party is now discovering all of these things about Ripley, her family history, and it's revealed that Ripley and John have had these strange powers passed down to them through their mom. Who they never really knew too much about, but it was revealed that their mom was not an elf, but of celestial lineage. And that is essentially their other half. So with that being then revealed, we understand now John, who is Ripley's younger brother, had been locked away in a sort of sub-room to his parents' rooms because he could not control these new powers that he had just developed after Ripley had left. Ripley ran away from home, and so he has been sort of contained for his safety and everyone else's safety, and now the party is here, and they've just found this out along with Ripley, and they are trying to bust him out and get him somewhere safe to talk about next steps. And also, we have discovered now through sort of conversations with Ripley as well that underneath the compound of Ricard, which is the largest singular concentration of orc population anywhere in Faerun, underneath this magnificent city, the Ripley's family, who I don't know if I ever said their last name. I just think it's hilarious. The Throat Slashers. Yep, that's the family name. That's the family name. There's a bunch of those, and we'll see if they keep coming. Underneath this sort of main citadel-like compound where it's kind of like a sort of city center, but there's a lot of rooms here and people live here in this building. There's a sort of area where one of the stones that the party has been hunting, these manifestations of powerful elemental energy from beyond the material plane, is being kept here. These stones are incredibly dangerous. When more than one is gathered on the material plane, weird shit starts to happen, and if too many remain there for too long without being destroyed, it could threaten to tear everything asunder. and our party is on the way trying to deal with that, and now we've just uncovered another one where we least expected it. So, I don't know why I'm out of breath. I should get myself checked out.
Oh my god.
I've been out of breath for like no
because
reason.
you just monologued a lot of shit. That's probably why.
Oh, thank God the captions are still okay. I was like, I looked and they hadn't caught up on my end, and it was like, no.
No, yeah, you're good, yeah.
So, kind of zooming back in, our party finds themselves in, this sort of... A pile. Two piles.
Cuddle puddle.
We have two separate cuddle puddles, like a mini cuddle puddle, larger cuddle puddle. Going over to first, we have, so in one room, because the party split into two rooms, Ripley sort of led you to the back of the Citadel where there were some sort of spare like sleeping arrangements and got some stuff prepared. Initially, the party split nearly in half between the two rooms, but then some people started to move around, leaving Tide and Boomstick sharing a bed in one room. And in the other room, Ripley, Faustus, Tessa, Raven, and in a pile.
And John.
And John. I knew I forgot somebody. And John in just a cuddly pile with furs and pillows and blankets and all sorts of shenanigans, with Ripley basically holding everyone. And then off to the side as well, Renori, who is seated crisscross, kind of just in a trance, with Casper's head pillowed in her lap as he sleeps. And we're actually going to, we sort of come to a start to the slow, sleepy beginning, not quite properly morning, I would say around 4 a.m. There's a gentle dusk that's starting to peek into the room. And, Renori, your eyes flutter open. There are sort of dust motes that are twirling through the air, just faintly, a little bit normal. Very low light, which is probably preferable. You're not quite tired, as you don't necessarily need to sleep. You've gotten your equivalent rest, but there's still sort of like a heaviness to your bones, as you're seated in this corner of the room. And it is quiet. You can hear the gentle breathing, probably gentle snoring from the pile not too far away from you. And you have this moment of conscious stillness. Casper is in your lap, sort of still for the first time. You notice he's been tossing and turning a lot as everybody sort of settled down to sleep, but he's still for probably the first time in a long while. And you are awake in this room.
Yeah, so the first, few thoughts that would probably come to Renori's mind would be fondness of, the pile of people in front of her, and Casper in her lap, just that overwhelming love that she feels for all of them, even though she struggles to show it a lot of the time. And that will pretty quickly spiral into anxiety, especially pertaining to their current situation. Her mind kind of reeling with all of the possibilities of how this plan could go wrong, and how she's sort of, deviated from being a necromancy wizard to a life domain cleric under Saloon to be a protector of all of these people. She will start to realize how unprepared she is to actually do that, though. And this looming mission to hopefully have everything work out right will make her a little nauseous, and she'll try and think of, quite frankly, her brain will go to what would Tessa do. And so she'll close her eyes again, and try and center her energy, grasping on to any bits of, the nighttime that might still be lingering, any ounce of, the moon or the stars, and kind of focus her energy in on the little symbol around her neck for Saloon, and in her head, so as not to wake anybody, say, okay, so I know that, I know that I've asked for a lot of things recently, and honestly, I can't promise that it's gonna stop. Saloon, if you're there, God, I hope you're there. Not to be punny. I guess I should say goddess, though. Well, first of all, thanks for the white horse. I'm gonna assume that was you. That got me back after I got yeeted across the city. So thanks for that. And for everything else that you've done. You're really, carrying the weight of this bargain we're in, but... Fuck, I don't know, are you there? I've got a question. A favor. Both. It's both.
As your musings, your internal musings sort of stutter to a stop in your head, I would like you to roll me a religion check, and then hold on to the number for a moment. There's a sort of, all I can describe it as is like a cold, almost like a cold wash over your back. For just a moment, as you're thinking, as you're almost akin to the feeling of goosebumps. And the subtle breathing in the room kind of floats up to your ears and then drowns into like a dull hum. Casper shifts a little bit in your lap, kind of curling a little bit more, but moving almost closer to you on instinct. For a moment, as you wonder if she's there, one of your eyes peeks open. You can see there's a small window at the back of this room with wooden shutters. And now the back half of the citadel is closer to the spine, that mountain range that extends up into Rydell. So most of the light that comes into the back half of the citadel is minimal in the wee hours of the morn. It's pretty minimal or blocked at certain times of the day. But there's this almost perfect line cut by the jagged edge of the mountain that comes through the window and falls upon your lap, upon Casper's face, upon you. And as you look through the sliver where the shutter is almost just slightly opened, you see this indigo deep sky with a smattering of stars. And the bottom half of the sky has begun to turn this warm, beautiful velveteen pink as the sun just begins to rise over the horizon. And you see a couple of birds pass by, just barely backlit, and the silhouettes of your friends in front of you as you think on what you need. What was your religion check?
A 19.
You reach out. There's no perfect science to prayer, as you're beginning to learn.
Which is bullshit, by the way. Anyway.
Yeah.
Is Renori's thought. Like, there should be glyphs and it should work every time. Anyway.
Your trainings as a wizard and the memorization of formula, of patterns of instruction, of things that make sense, that you can decipher when things go wrong. This is an extremely frustrating process. But you're starting to get the general hang of it. You reach out. You close your eye again. You feel seen. A presence. Friendly. And that one eye kind of peeks open again, just a little bit, just a smidge. And off to the side, in that sliver of light, backlit, you just see the beginnings of bare feet and then a white, silvery skirt as it continues to travel upwards. And it looks familiar.
Shit. What do I do? Do I have to get up?
What do you do?
Fuck.
Is Renori saying that out loud or like in her head? Or are you, Kristen, contemplating what you need to do right now?
I think it's a little bit of both.
It's kind of both. It's like if the Venn diagram is mostly a circle.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagining Saloon showing up just here. Fuck. What do I do?
Renori would carefully scoot out from under Casper's head.
Okay.
And making her way towards the figure that she sees, being as quiet as possible, not wanting to disturb anybody.
Okay, so you you sort of like cradle his head a little bit and kind of slide out under it.
Well, no.
He takes
Wake
1
up,
point of
bitch.
bludgeoning damage. You gently sort of lay his head down as you slide out from under him and stand without as much incident as you can manage. And you do take in almost translucent, not quite all the way there. Almost that effects like when light reflects through water and you get those sort of waves. It's sort of like that in this form. And you see before you see a spectral image of Saloon, which you have not seen for a while.
It's Mommy? Sorry. Has Renori seen Saloon?
Yeah, she has.
Okay.
Yeah, she has. It's been a while, but she has.
Been a while. Sorry.
It's been a while. She stands before you, kind of just fiddling with her fingers. Her hair, this tangled, outstretched. Actually, no, she's changed herself up a little bit. My bad. She has these long, like, you can't really tell the color because she's being very powerfully backlit, and that's contributing to some of the shifting. But she has these long braids that are either dark brown that are turning light brown in the light, or they're just plain light brown and she's just glowy. But they sort of transition down into pure silver. She's wearing a long white dress with a slit up the leg and a breastplate, or a silver breastplate over that, with crescent moons forming sort of pauldrons on the side here. And she currently has a sword strapped to her back. And atop her head is just a sort of diadem-like structure of two crescent moons that are sort of interacting here with an eye balanced between the two. And she smiles upon you as you turn to face her.
Looks like we have both been fighting some battles recently.
There's been a shifting landscape, for sure.
Yeah, here too. Thanks, again.
Of course.
I don't really know, that I've earned a lot of what you keep giving me. And I damn well sure I haven't earned what I'm about to ask for. Or what else I want, but this isn't the time for that.
Don't judge yourself too harshly, Minori, before you ask.
Fair. Speaking of, battles, I'm rather ill-equipped for them. I used to be told I was squishy. I think most wizards are. Armor and those sorts of things aren't really in our repertoire. And weapons really aren't either. But, I sit there all night long, every night, looking at the people that I love and that I've said I'm going to protect. And not really sure I have the tools to do that. So I guess I'm here to ask that you help me out with that. I met this paladin recently, and his name was Kip, and he had this cool armor and shit that I think the person he made a bargain with or whatever gave to him, and it was really cool. And the whole, you look phenomenal, by the way, but the whole shiny metal armor thing isn't really my vibe. So what I'm trying to do is ask for something that makes sense for who I am, that will allow me to not just be in shabby pirate clothes when I go into risky situations with my intent to stand in front of my loved ones. Because I'm not sure if you've watched, but it seems that my go-to behavior is to stand between the people I care about and the giant things coming their way. That was a lot of words to ask for new clothes and a shield and a mace.
Yes, it was. I'm sorry.
Not the pigeons in here.
Cuckoo.
There's just an infestation. Damn. You sort of pause, and Saloon shifts her weight a little bit, and she really takes you in, and she seems almost rooted to that spot. And as the time begins to pass and the sun shifts, you see where that sort of lane of light begins to grow thinner, and that part of her body that's not out of the light begins to sort of fade and shimmer. She goes, Minori, I have observed in you much growth. And I have to be honest, I'm proud of you. I don't do arrangements, as you said, often. I am not very high on most rosters in the material plane, as I understand. But observing you in your travels and your passion for the people you care for, you are more than worthy and more than ready to take on the challenges before you. I hope you know that you can own that about yourself. And that is a strength And
Working on it. Working on it.
as that light continues to travel, like half of her face begins to sort of fade out. Keep working on it. You're doing great. I may become harder to contact for just a few months or so. Maybe less. Time works differently in your plane, as I understand. But, Renori, please remember to persevere. You have my blessing. That shift of light completely crosses over her body, and she shimmers and disappears into just a smattering of silver dust that disintegrates on the air. You kind of like take that in for a moment, and there's a rustle of fabric behind you. And as you kind of turn to address that, you have a cape now. Not the cloak you had before, but like, it's new, it's different, and as you're sort of looking down and taking yourself in, new outfit. Kristen, would you like to tell us what Renori looks like right now?
Oh, ass. Yeah, totally. So,
Are you sure?
yeah, Renori had already been wearing her hair down and not in a ponytail anymore. So, you know, her hair is still down with a few braids in it, long and white with like a silvery lavender tint. But the cape that is around her is very much so like the night sky. The hood and at the top is, you know, like a deep blue, and it goes in, fades into a purple, and then like a maroon and pink. As it moves, it's like it has stars in it shifting in the night sky. It's not like a stagnant pattern. Note the bisexual colors. And then, you know, she's wearing black pants, tall, thigh-high leather boots that have a lot of unnecessary straps on them, lace all the way up the front. She now has some forearm guards that are also, everything is black leather, but detailed with silver markings, a lot of them crescent moon shaped and swirly, as an homage to Saloon. Still around her neck is the black choker that at the center has Saloon's holy symbol at it. And she wears kind of like this fitted leather black corset that then has a part that attaches and goes over her neck a little bit and her shoulders just a bit, with a very nice boob window for maximum hotness. And then still a few, you know, leather pouches around her waist and her thigh, for components or any other necessary items. She looks good. She looks more grown up. Yeah, she looks great.
She looks beautiful. Don't mind me. There was an issue with the sprite. I'm gonna update her sprite. Keep an eye on the little picture of Renori as we continue, and it's gonna update at some point. Okay, so Renori, you sort of take in this new outfit, which still you, still Renori, but different. Like you said, grown up. And there's a sort of change. I don't know, your constant mode of sort of your almost natural posture is this hunch, almost a protective curl that sometimes you don't even realize you're taking. And it's gone. At least for the
Posture
moment.
check, besties.
Yes,
By the
posture
way,
check. Posture check.
Unshrimp yourselves.
So sorry. All I could think was Dr. Doofenshmirtz looking.
Not this.
Just
Not
like
this.
me, just like fully neck extended.
Not this. Okay, I'm gonna try and put this in here. Don't mind me. Everything's fine. Oh god, where'd she go? Where'd she
Would
go?
Renori have any sense of the ability to summon the shield and the mace? Like, would that be something that she would now have an awareness of?
There she is.
Oh my god, Liz.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god!
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I made the picture so tall on accident. I made it so much taller than I thought it was on accident. It's fine. Everything's okay. Everything's great. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. I don't know what you're talking about, guys. Everything's fine.
Perfect. Just leave it right there.
Yep. Yep. Everything's super great. Everything's fine. Everything's
Axel floated from the bottom.
everything's fine. Guys, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what's up. Everything's fine. Everything's A-okay.
I feel like
Everything's absolutely peachy keen, okay? I don't know what is up with y'all.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Everything's fine. There we go. That's, yep.
While this is doing that, don't forget to check out all of our characters' Spotify playlists, which you can find on Kristen's Twitter.
Okay. I'm gonna, like, properly fix that after stream today.
Fine.
But there she is. There she is. And she appeared so normally and subtly, and it all
It
worked
was a
out.
flawless transition.
She just, like, drifting up from the bottom, like the Titans from Attack on Titan.
Lisa, you just missed the most fucking hilarious thing on the planet.
Oh my god, dude. Okay.
Crying.
You were asking, first of all, yes, to relate to Chris's plug, we do have a Spotify playlist for all of our player characters here, including Faustus. Jake could not be with us today, unfortunately, but we do love Faustus very much. He's definitely an integral part of our team, so you can check out our 4 cuties here and their associating playlists. Some of them are sad, but they're definitely still worth a listen.
Some of them is in a specific order of noise, horny, depressed, sprinkle of religious trauma, and then her actual, like, anthem. I curated Raven's playlist in a very specific order.
You know what? Yeah. No further comment. Okay, so jumping back into it, you were asking Minori about summoning your shield and mace. You have, I mean, nothing physically, you don't feel any different. You want to try?
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Renori will hold out her hand
Okay.
and think about a mace.
Okay.
Go, gadget mace.
I want to cry.
You stare at your palm for a little while. That's cool. Nothing happens.
Would like a mace.
There's like a gentle like of purple smoke.
Saloon, are you fucking with me?
No response.
I don't just know how to do this shit, man. Like, I got taught how to do stuff as a wizard. Is there like a Cleric 101 book? Like, come on.
No response.
Is Renori now speaking at a volume where it's no longer the magic goddess bubble that's like, this is only a conversation one-on-one? Is she just speaking into the room?
I would imagine, like, kind of under her breath, though, right?
Yeah, no.
This is still, like, very much corner of the room. She's, like, a distance from you all.
I just wanted to get a full picture.
Yeah, no, she's, like, very much
Renori was just like, come on!
whisper shouting in the corner of the room, but, like, it's not
Right.
that loud. There's no response to your frustrations.
Okay, Renori will take a deep breath and try and, like, center herself.
Mm-hmm.
And keep her hand out and think about her connection to Saloon. Think about their recent conversation. Think about the need to protect her loved ones and people in general. And try and, like, focus that energy into the palm of her hand.
Okay. You think really hard. You think so hard. And while you're thinking, you center yourself, which is great. You're thinking really hard. And it gets kind of annoying, you know? And just when you're starting to, like, fuck it. When you open your eyes, your hand is fully down at your side, and there's a purple spectral mace handle in your hand. And on your other hand, your hand fully down at your side, a purple spectral shield strapped to your arm. You don't know how long it's been there.
So, like, you were fucking with me. You totally were.
No response.
You're probably laughing. It's fine. If I were you, I'd do it to me too.
No audible response.
I get it. It's fine. Thanks. Can't promise I won't try to contact you for a few months, but thanks.
It's been like 3 days.
Well, no, because Saloon said she wouldn't be available for a few months.
Oh.
So Renori's like, don't worry, I'll try before then. You know me.
As you're sort of taking that in and sort of responding here, you catch a glimpse out of the window again, and you can now see where the sun is beginning to peek out of the mountains as it rises for the morning. And there is this one star that seems to just glow a little bit brighter, and with your keen mind, you know this is not the North Star. It's just a different star, but it just seems to twinkle a little bit brighter for a moment before that globe it just kind of shrinks a little bit. And strangely, you feel answered.
Yeah, I'd laugh at me too. Anyway, Renori will turn around.
Okay.
Well. I feel like I'm gonna need these, but don't want them right now.
You just kind of...
Yeah.
Okay, so, it's sort of like... And there is a gentle puff of purple smoke and a light glittering that sort of takes over the air, similar to the way Saloon dissipated into these just motes of light before she vanished entirely, and the shield and mace both disappear.
Nice, because I am not one of those people that walks around carrying those things all the time, so that's sick. I knew Saloon got me.
You just dropped like what could have been just like heavy metal shit on the floor just to see if Saloon would take them back.
Oh yeah.
For you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. How else are you gonna find out? Renori will walk back over to Casper and like, kind of like drop down onto the ground with a thud, lean against the wall, just kind of like Oh, fuck.
Um,
Because it now feels like the next step of everything is happening, and she's supposed to be prepared. And the things that Saloon said to her work fantastic, but she isn't like, yeah, I agree. You know?
yeah. No, that makes sense. As you sort of drop down against the wall and your head gently collides as you sort of slide down to sit, Casper kind of like blindly sort of searches with a hand, like, you know, when you're trying not to move because you're like asleep but you're not, you know. He's doing sort of that, and his hand finds like your knee, and he just gives you a sort of gentle pat, and kind of like his fingers like stretch out for yours.
Yeah, I mean, she'll grab his hand, and it takes until she does that to realize that she has, like, a bunch of, like, silver rings on her fingers, most of which are, like, different phases of the moon shaped. And she's like, oh, those are new. And then, like, holds his hand.
You also see that sort of discovery in Casper as well. Silently, like the fingers colliding with the rings, a sort of recoil from cold metal, and then like properly taking your hand as well. And he sort of shifts a little bit, but he pretty much stays where he is. He just holds your hand. As the dawn begins to break into the room, going next door, Tide, you have another dream. Backing up a few hours. Everybody lays down to rest. At this point, Tessa has left. You saw initially she had curled up in the corner of the room, but something seemed to pique her attention, and she left the room, went elsewhere, never returned. You assume everything was fine based on her demeanor as she left.
Memory serves, Tide also stripped down to his boxers.
Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there.
I just wanted to make sure,
No.
Full memory mind theater moment,
No, trust me, I remember.
We don't have that art though, so
we don't.
Sorry, guys.
No, guys, sorry, we don't have that budget. But viewers like you. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do the PBS. So Tessa sort of hurriedly shuffles out, and it leaves you and Boomstick alone in this room. You've both chosen to share the bed, and you are a hot sleeper. Hot, but you are a hot sleeper. We established this. Boomstick, ironically, is a cold sleeper, so it kind of works out. There's this initial moment of, oh god, like, I'm not a blanket fan, but Boomstick kind of just takes the blanket, and like there's an even splitting, so you're both comfortable. And she falls asleep pretty quickly, and then you follow soon after. When you open your eyes, you're standing on a shoreline. You just hear like the sort of incoming rolling of waves. Not necessarily violent, but consistent. The sound comes to you first, and then the visual. You're standing on a beach. Not white sand, but sand. It's sort of a gentle slope down into the tide. Kind of higher up on the shore, there's just this thick line of black pebbles. And some of them have sort of rolled their way down the beach to be scattered in places. You don't see seashells, it's just these rocks. And you take in the sound. It's midday. You see birds passing through the sky, a gentle breeze. Nothing else really in sight but you and this beach. And you do feel oddly calm. And as you just sort of sit and take this in, you hear a voice behind you. And it's kind of hard to understand. It sounds like it's coming through glass, almost, like thick glass. Somewhat garbled. But you catch a feminine voice. And it's not one you recognize. You just hear sort of in bits and pieces. Was it his fault? Don't want to go. Miss him. If she. And then resounding in your head. Split. And these
Can you
words,
repeat that?
yeah,
The last one.
resounding in your head, the word split. And it's a sort of counter to this feeling of just deep calm as the waves are rolling in. Because it sort of wakes up that panicky, sort of heavy breathing, just the very beginnings of anxiety, the very beginnings of, I don't want to jump into full panic attack, but like the chest begins to tighten, like that sort of feeling. But it's almost like all of that is coming instinctively, mentally. Your body isn't necessarily reacting, if that makes sense. And these words just on that cycle begin to repeat and come in and out from this voice you don't recognize. And Tide, as you're watching the water roll in, it's this beautiful crystal blue, almost like a turquoise, almost somewhat the color of your skin. And it's clear. And you see some of these pebbles as they're sort of just their image is sort of warbling and shifting in the incoming water. And as it continues to roll in, the water grows darker, greener. And the pebbles seem to almost exude this sickly energy. The waves grow rougher. Faster than you can process, the sky goes from this open, clear blue to the beginnings of a thunderstorm. The tide picks its pace up. The wind begins to buffet you heavily. And a sort of reversal happens. Your body kicks into that panic that your mind was sort of clutching into, as your mind finds this sort of open peace for just a moment. And you hear, in your mind, clear as day, this voice you don't recognize, almost as if it's been taken out from behind the barrier to speak to you. It wasn't Tide's fault. You wake up. Light is drifting into the room at this point. Probably very early morning. You're not really able to get a very clear read on the time. As with Next Door, which you wouldn't really know, but like setting it up this way. As with Next Door, there's a window at the back of this room with wooden shutters that's letting in the faint light of dawn. If you had to guess, it's probably 6, 7 a.m. Somewhere up in there. Early. Boomstick is near face down in the pillow, turned away from you, gathered most of the blankets. You are sweating. Boxers only. And laying in this bed. There's enough, even though it's a little bit small, you can tell it's either intended for one person or meant to be shared by people closely. So it is a little bit tight, but you do have this sort of carved out space for you. And you just have come to consciousness here in this bed. And it's quiet.
Tide is going to stare up at the ceiling, like laying flat on his back, trying to kind of repeat everything that had just happened in the dream so he can hold on to it and remember it. Will he be successful? TBD, but he'll sit there for a few good minutes and like feel himself sweating, and as he kind of cools off, he thinks to himself, I need to sit up, otherwise this bed is going to be soaked. So he does that thing where you sit at the edge of the bed with like your back kind of hunched, both your arms on the bed, like what the hell just happened. He'll look over and make sure Boomstick's still asleep, and then kind of go through what happened last night in terms of the plan. But he's going to try to like air dry a bit from his sweat. And then once he gets kind of dry enough, he'll stand up, try to walk quietly, which is never truly quiet, both because it's Tide and also just, when you wake up and you try to be quiet, somehow you're 10 times louder.
Yeah.
That's going to be the situation. But he's going to start like kind of picking up clothes and putting them on, starting with like he'll put his pants on first, and then put on he'll pull over his black shirt, and he'll leave the jacket off and put on his socks and boots, and he has an idea of what he wants to do before the second group goes forward, but so he's going to start kind of preparing that situation.
Okay. You're able to start piecing together from what you remember of the plan, and which is pretty much all of it. I mean, you had this conversation last night, but you have to actively sort through it, and you start mentally preparing for what you want to do, and how you're going to time it as well in this group of absolute hooligans. I just dropped my dice on the floor. Oh no. It's fine.
The whole bag or just like
no,
one?
Thankfully just the one. Otherwise I would be fucked. Like, all of this, my career would be over. I would have to log off. Okay, so going back, Tide, you managed to get ready. Boomstick, it takes her a few more minutes, but she... Ooh, hold on. As you're pulling on your boots, Boomstick jolts awake. Just complete spine straight, no air in the lungs panic. And then you see the blinking, taking in the room, remembering where she is. And this sort of like, you didn't necessarily see this go up, but as she sighs, you see like the hair lowers, which has now been taken out of its ponytail. And she just sort of breathes. And then sees you awake, gives you a nod, but doesn't seem quite conscious enough for like conversation. And starts going to get ready alongside you as well. Going over next door. Minori, you are already awake, as with how you spent your early morning. Raven, you come to consciousness within the pile.
No nightmare?
No nightmare.
Interesting. This is the second night in a row?
This is the second night in a row.
Okay.
And you feel weird.
Yeah, I really have an idea of how Raven is sleeping next to Ripley right now.
Okay.
So Raven is sleeping on her side with her back against Ripley's torso, but she's using like her bicep as a pillow and is like like wraps her arms like around the rest of Ripley's arm like a body pillow.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. I just really wanted to get that mental image out there.
That's really cute. You sort of separate your face from Ripley's arm, as you
Yeah, it's
begin to
definitely
wake.
all cheek like this, just a little bit of drool,
Yes.
kind of like going down. It's like, yeah.
And yeah, you feel weird. Somewhere in between not rested and functional. But no nightmare that you remember. And kind of a little groggy, yeah.
Yeah, like she's like doing the thing where like you're sitting up in bed but your eyes are still fully closed.
That's, yeah. And you hear the shifting of the sort of fabrics of the blankets and the heavy furs around you, as well as other people presumably do the same thing. Renori, you see the pile begin to wake. Raven sits up.
Odd.
Eyes fully closed, processing. You see, from the action of Raven unsticking her face from Ripley's bicep, you see Ripley instinctually, like, reach in. Oh god, who else is in this pile?
John
John's
is
like
on top of her, Faustus is on the other side, and then Tessa slept kind of like horizontally perpendicular.
Yeah. You see her like instinctually pat, find no one there. Like she finds like probably your lower back and gives you like a pat, but she's still very much on the floor.
Yeah, Raven in response kind of just taps the arm back, just like
Yeah. You see John, who's fully just snoring quietly, but snoring into Ripley's stomach. Kind of like roll off of her and hit the floor and then wake himself up from the impact. Tessa, I think, is the only person besides Faustus who wakes somewhat gracefully. They seem to wake each other up in proximity. And everyone's sort of bleary-eyed, taking each other in this early morning.
Renori looks amused as fuck because she is not a groggy person.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just watching it with like a shit-eating grin on her face about
I
it
think
all.
that Raven isn't either. It's just that like the sleep for her has been so weird these past 2 days. So I think it's like kind of like weighing on her. So she's like
You see Casper, like Renori, you see Casper kind of like lift his head a little bit, as the general noise from all of the shifting seems to wake him up, and then you see him fully rotate. This man rotates and fully goes back to sleep. Or tries, at the very least. I rolled a percentage. He's not a morning person.
No, I know. I'm familiar. Renori, will, like, pinch at his sides a little bit and, like, poke at them, trying to tickle him.
Okay.
Wake up. It's morning. Wake up.
He sort of, like, squeaks and, like, starts trying to grab for your hands, but he's definitely more than half asleep. And you just get, like, these quiet sort of, like, sleepy giggles as he tries to, like, bat your hands away and cling to sleep, but it's honestly long gone. And he kind of just rolls over, so he's, like, face down, so you can't poke him. He's just like, just makes, like, a quiet groan into the floor.
This is about to get violent if you don't wake up. I will stop being cute about it.
Raven just like inhales like a deep breath, and like I'm assuming thaumaturgy you have like control over how loud you're being.
To a degree.
Right?
To a degree.
Okay, so yeah, she'll like crawl, like she'll not get up, but she'll do the thing where like you're kind of like she'll like get up onto her knees and like kind of trudge over, and then she'll go over next to Casper and she'll go, Casper.
How close are you getting to him?
Like like a fair distant. Like, it's like Gasper.
Like, is this his face? Like, what?
That's his face.
Okay.
She like would get face to face him, so she's just like.
Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Hold up, this is not her dice. Save.
Renori's sensitive ears are already preemptively in pain.
Yeah.
It's a 9.
Okay. So there's this sort of the timing of this is fantastic, right? Because you tickle him, he gets up, basically. Like, he starts to wake up. He's in that process. He's just being a stubborn ass, you know? And then Raven comes over, and you see Raven do the lean. Raven, as you thaumaturgy into his soul, Casper jumps, Jesus fuck, and, like, headbutts you.
Oh, fuck.
What? Raven!
No, yeah.
Raven!
Hi.
Oh god.
Good morning, sunshine.
Are you okay?
And then she'll go to, I want her to, like, aim for his, like, shoulder, but I think that she's also just not looking, so I want her to, like, because I'm assuming is also grabbing his
Yes!
forehead.
Yeah, you're
She
both
kind
doing
of, like,
that.
slaps his forehead hand instead, like, a little bit. She's like,
Raven!
good morning. Yeah, good morning.
Are you okay?
I think so.
Renori's just pinching the bridge of her nose, like...
Raven's, like, now is, like, just standing up fully, and she decides to do, like, some morning stretches to sort of get a little bit more limber,
Okay.
because she was, like, in a cuddle, curved spine pile for a while.
Renori, roll me a... Whichever is higher, intelligence or perception, because, perception is based out of wisdom. So you can do intelligence or perception.
So either straight intelligence or perception.
Yes.
That's gonna be a 21 perception.
As you... This encounter is slightly grating on the senses, sensitive ears and all, and also Casper just not getting up, but, like, as you sort of take in what's happening, and Raven, I assume, are you doing your stretches there, or are you wandering off?
No, Raven's just, like, finding a place that's, like, a little, like, off to the side, and she's, like, kind of just doing, like, basic, like, this is a very Korean thing. I'm going to let you know as soon as you reach middle age. As soon as I reach middle age, I'm going to start walking around neighborhoods just going like this.
Yes.
And clapping in front of me, right? And so she's kind of, like, doing a version of that where she's just, like, trying to get all of her, like, back situated the most.
You see, Raven...
This is what bridging the divide looks like. Bridging cultural divide.
Not this. You see Raven in the corner, doing her morning stretches, which I like to think she has been doing for a while. And as she's doing that, and the time between her leaning over Casper and going to the corner, you kind of you start to think.
Oh, I hate doing that.
Not this.
Thinking in my D&D game?
Not your keen. You can't say that with a keen mind feat, okay?
I know, I'm kidding.
You're a wizard as well.
Right. You pick the brain class.
Listen, even the best brains get tired, you know?
So goddamn true. You start to think, did Raven's hair get a little more white? No, it's just bothering you. Like, you're looking at her, she's got a little white in her hair. I feel like you're seeing a little bit more. But also, it's been a while, and, like, Faustus had a whole thing with, like, the half and half with the white hair now, so it's like, you could be transposing that, you know? But, like, it's kind of scratching at the brain a little bit. So Raven,
Noted.
you're doing your stretches. Faustus kind of rolls over, gracefully, as we said, kind of wakes, and sees you and comes over and joins you and just stretches a little bit and just gives you a soft smile.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, for a second I thought you were talking to Renori still.
No. And Lilith just kind of slithers up to sit on his head and then starts mimicking with the wings.
Raven takes Wesley is on her head.
Wesley starts with his claws. Okay, so group stretches are happening in one corner of the room. You're all on a heist. And we know this. I'm reminding you. We did say that the plan was going to pretty much immediately enact. I know Tide has preparations that he wants to take, and we'll address those. I'm going to sort of do this all in a rolling motion. We're going to kind of try and attempt a montage here. But you all know what's ahead of you. Everyone's awake now. Tide, would you join everyone in the other room, or are you kind of waiting for everyone to gather in the hall?
Tide would wait for Boomstick to finish getting ready, but then he would go into the other room.
Okay. She gets ready pretty quickly. So by the time the group stretching is winding down, you probably make your way in the room. You see everyone's awake and mostly, if not fully, prepared for the day ahead. You're all gathered in one place. You have a full day ahead of you for a heist. A beautiful day for a heist.
Before everything starts rolling in motion, once Casper's awake, Renori's going to turn to him. You're the worst boyfriend ever.
But it's statistically not true, but, you know.
You haven't said anything. You're the worst boyfriend ever.
I really want at that point for Raven after her, like, because I imagine that, like, Casper joined Raven for the stretching, right? So, like...
He did not, no. He
Oh,
kind of...
no.
It
Okay,
was
yeah.
Faustus that joined you.
Right. Sorry. My brain... I should have taken my meds sooner in the day. Anyway, I'm, like, closer to the start of SBC.
Damn.
So... Yeah, I really want her to, like, sort of toddle up after her stretches are done. I imagine that's, like, how she wakes up in the morning. She just, like, walks up, looks at Renori and goes... She's looking straight at the boob window.
I'm really glad that there's a coinciding of bisexual agendas, because
Right.
as soon as Casper is having this back and forth with you, Renori, I'm like still
Raven tilts her
somewhat
head, looking at the boob window
still somewhat like physically on his feet, and kind of does like a back crack as he's like sort of getting his like belt and coat situated and all sorts of shenanigans here. Just like there's just this moment you say like you're the worst, you haven't said anything yet, and you kind of like and like you just see the eyeline drop, and he looks up and then up at the ceiling, closes his eyes, and kisses you on the forehead. He goes, I don't know how this happened. I feel like I'm still not awake. But I really appreciate it. You look really good.
Yeah, excuses are gonna get you nowhere. Also, like, it's Saloon that did this, so, like, you can thank her.
Yeah, but it's still really cool because, like, it really suits you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I didn't give her, like, a sketch or anything. Like, Saloon just gave me this, so, like...
Well...
Raven, at that point, will tap... let me just quickly take a peek at something so I'm not... Yeah.
Renori's boobs?
No. No. You know, like, the top, like, how it crosses over each other so that it's, like, still, like, more her, like, actual sternum than, like, the boobage area. She'll sort of, like, do a double tap right at the top of the boob window, and she'll be like, it's a nice touch. And then she'll sort of walk away.
Yeah.
Nori turns, like, a deep purple. It's just like...
You look really good.
You look hot, she says over her shoulder.
Renori just keeps getting a darker and darker purple.
Oh, that's cute. So as this sort of, as you disperse further into the room, you all have, I will say, you have this moment to prepare to review the plan. But you do have a limited amount of time as the day is beginning to pick up. People are waking up and getting ready for the day. And I know you had said you wanted to act fast, and once this is in motion, it probably can't stop. So this is like the sort of last hurrah of reviewing the plan, and if anything needs to change. And I know I have Ty's preparations in mind, if anything specific you want to do before this all kicks off.
I just have one small thing I want to do. It's like gonna be a quick thing right before we split off.
Okay.
Trying to think of anything else, and I don't think I have anything else to say.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, she'll do two small things right before we split off.
Okay. Renori, anything you want to do?
Renori will cast Bless on Ripley.
Okay. Is this your first time casting Bless?
I don't think so.
I don't remember.
I've cast Bless before.
I know Tide has. I don't
think
remember if
she has.
Renori has.
Renori has cast Bless before.
No, I cast something else. I cast,
You did enhance ability once.
Yeah, I cast that, and I can't remember the other one. It'll take me a second.
It's gonna be. We're gonna treat it like it's the first time.
I cast Resistance on Casper.
That's the one. Okay. We're gonna make it special anyway, though the internet will correct us, or Sarah, because Sarah has a good eye for details and things.
Sometimes.
Pretty much consistently. Give yourself more credit for the work you do. I feel like it'll be caught, but we're gonna make it special. You reach out your hand. How do you want to do this? How do you want to do this? How do you want to bless Ripley? Actually, how do you want to do this?
Wow, the way that, like, I got triggered because I've only heard that in bad senses. Like, I don't know, Matt.
Not
I don't
this.
know how I want to do this. Renori would go over to Ripley, very tall lady, and look up at her and smile and just say, "So, you're splitting up from us today. I kind of hate that.
Yeah.
But I want to do as much as I can to protect you even when I'm not at your side." And Renori will put a gentle hand, like, on her elbow and, look her in the eye. "Just know that I will always be there for you at the drop of a hat." And then, like, this sparkly, ethereal, like, purple energy would, like, pulse out from the palm of Renori's hand and kind of, like, wash over Ripley and then disappear on the other side of her body.
Ripley kind of just very faintly shivers and then gives you this brilliant smile. And you see, she's always kind of had, like, her tusks poking out a little bit, but you see them as she smiles. And she goes, "Renori, can I give you a hug?"
Mm-hmm.
She kind of squats. You can feel the moment where she hugs you and, like, the instinct to pick you up that she actively resists. Like, you go from, like, your heels to the balls of your feet, and then she, like, puts you back down, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But it is a very gentle and soft hug. And she just kind of, like, holds your shoulders for a minute. She goes, "Thank you."
Thank you. And, be safe.
Yeah, no. Everything's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. I can do this.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
It's really not you I'm worried about.
That makes me feel better, actually. she casts a glance over at John on the other side of the room, who has actually struck up a conversation with Tessa somewhat quietly, but he's kind of excitedly waving his hands around, and she, for the first time in a little while, she's smiling. And just like they're kind of tucked off in the opposite corner, and Ripley looks over at the two of them and smiles. So just like, I just know that no matter what happens, I know that he's gonna be okay. You know. And that makes
too.
Yeah, you know, it's he's my priority.
I get that. And Renori looks over at Casper.
Yeah. Okay, so that was really sweet. So kind of continuing into this realm of preparation here. You've cast Bless on Ripley. Tide, I know what you want to do. I'm gonna do that last. Raven?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Oh, also really quick, Renori will say for spell timing's sake to give you the max time on the spell, you cast that after the conversation. Just to, yeah. Same aesthetics and all, just to give you max time on the spell. Raven.
Raven will probably go up to Ripley after Renori had, just because this would make a lot more sense to do like right before the split off happens. And she'll just go up to Ripley and just be like, you're good.
Yeah.
It feels more like a question.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm a little overwhelmed, but not in a bad way. You know, I just, I can do this. I'm gonna buy you guys as much time as I physically can. And I am really good at taking up a lot of time. That's like, I think, one of my strong suits. And I know that it's gonna work out. Because you guys are cool. You're efficient, you're cool. It's gonna be fine. I'm chilling. What I will say though, if you guys need help, I don't know how, but you all are like really good with magic stuff. Just like find a way to call for me, okay? Please don't put yourselves, you especially, don't put yourself in a situation where you're gonna get hurt. If you need help, I am very capable and here, and I don't want anything bad to happen to my friends.
I mean, I've survived for this long.
I know, but like, I want you to survive more. That's like an active want of mine, is for you to survive more. Yeah.
Raven will punch Ripley's like as far as she can without making it seem like this.
Vertical.
Ripley's arm somewhere, and she's just going to go. That goes for you too, you know.
Yeah, I know. But I feel like we can both handle ourselves. You know, we'll be okay.
I'm proud of you for how much you've managed to stand up for yourself.
Thanks.
Don't let them walk over you.
She gives you a hefty nod. And you see that sort of just the pulled back shoulders, the sort of proud posture. It just brings a bit of a smile to your face, you know? Just looking at her and how much she's changed. In a good way.
And then Raven will kind of like shift over towards Faustus.
Okay.
And she's just going to like fidget with her hands a little bit and then hug him like a little suddenly. And she's just going to go, "You need to come back, okay?"
I love making decisions that I don't have the license to make. It's fine. Jake, forgive me in advance if this is different. Okay. There's a sort of like you hug him and you feel like the body tense, and he does that thing where his arms are kind of just like limp and he doesn't do anything at first, and then very slowly just holds you for a second and gives you semi-awkward but mostly endearing pat on the shoulder. And he goes, you too, okay? Okay. Anything else you wanted to do, Raven?
Raven is gonna just stand there for like an awkward, like over second. It's like the longest second in existence. She's like, all right, so come back to me. And then she'll run away. Like, it's like very much like, not like a full sprint. She like turns
The
90
Naruto
degrees.
run.
She turns 90 degrees and just briskly gets as far away from him as possible.
Full sprint.
Yes, just full mom PTA, like brisk power walking.
Yes.
Just speed walking.
White
just getting
PTA mom,
Yes,
specifically.
it's that was a necessary caveat. Yes.
Okay. Any particular trajectory or just away?
Just towards where Ripley and Tessa and Tide are, because originally that was like the group that was going back with John.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so there's this moment where everyone sort of, you all gather, or do you want to, not that I'm gonna be much help, low-key, but do you guys want to go over the plan out loud one more time? Or do you feel like everyone knows it before you do it?
Yeah, Tide is gonna verbally go over and say, okay, so just to clarify, me, Raven, and John are going out, and everybody else is staying in to get the stone, correct?
I was muted. Yes, but Ripley's going to go talk to her dad, and Tessa is teleporting you all out, and then teleporting back to be with us.
Right.
So that she can get us out fast. So yes.
Okay, cool.
For the DM's benefit, did we devise a plan about how to get Ripley out?
You said
Ripley.
that Ripley insisted that she would find a way out.
Okay, I know she said that. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't like a clause in the plan that I fuck up on my end.
No, we tried
Okay.
to say otherwise, but Ripley was like, no, don't worry about it. I can do this.
She can do this. So, okay. Let the heist begin. This is so dramatic. So, your groups all gather. Everyone takes...
What was Tide's thing?
Yeah, do I need to do my thing now?
Yes. I'm going to kind of give you a window here.
Okay.
So, everyone's sort of gathering last minute things, and you all take stock of each other before this endeavor begins, and Tide, you see your window of opportunity here.
So Tide is going to walk up to Renori, completely oblivious of any changes that have been made in the last 24 hours in regards to her physical appearance.
Yeah, she expects as much.
But he's going to kind of, not like grab her, but she's got the forearm things now, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to kind of like go like this to her, like if this is her arm, he's going to kind of grab one arm. And he's going to say, good luck. And when he says that, you feel a kind of rush, and it almost feels like water is covering your body. And the sensation is almost like, not when you walk into a pool for the first time, but after you've been kind of acclimated and you finally take the plunge and you put your head underwater and like do your first like big swim for the first time. You kind of feel that from head to toe. It's just almost like a freedom and like washing over you, and you're not wet at all. There's no water on you or anything like that, but you just feel almost this relaxation and weightlessness about you. And then he's going to quickly turn around and join John Raven, and Tessa.
Okay.
What did you
Renori,
just do to me?
as this strange feeling passes over you, I want to do. To me, it would be funny if you just didn't know what you could do, but I'm gonna just tell you so you have the benefit of preparing. No, you don't want to.
No. I don't want her to know.
You don't want her to know. Okay.
I'm crying.
You don't want her to know any of it, so you just did the thing and.
Not unless it needs to happen.
Okay.
If it needs to happen, Renori will just suddenly know what you did.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, probably if a magic thing ends up happening that you didn't catch.
This is actually really interesting. Okay. Noted.
Renori just gawks after Tide, like, what the
He is gone.
fuck?
Gone. Okay, so...
Note, what did Tide do to me?
Okay, so we have one last moment. Are we all prepared? Okay.
Ripley just has to point us towards the stone.
This is true. Okay, so give me one moment, because I have like a billion spells I have to pull up.
Do you want me to have any on deck?
Nope.
Or is that a spoiler?
That's a spoiler.
I tried.
Interesting. This is gonna be fun. Okay. So, we're doing the teleport with Tessa first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tessa circles up with John, Raven, Tide, correct?
Yeah, just the three of us plus Tessa.
Yeah. So, Tessa, you all circle up, and I believe, is it Sarah?
What?
I love you so much, dude.
I had to complete it. Okay.
Oh, it isn't touch. Cool. Okay, you all gather in a loose circle around each other. John, he is pretty simple sort of bearing about him. Like I said, he's the runt of the litter, so he's about 5'11", versus the towering height of his sibling and parents. He is sort of more like wiry muscle, like more lean muscle than bulk. And he's got kind of messy, you can tell it's been unkept for a little while, black hair run through with like light gray and white streaks in places that sort of like falls in a somewhat curly mop around his face. He looks like he can't be older than probably 19 or 20, like he seems a lot younger. Not like a child, but like definitely in that age range. And he's wearing pretty simple clothing, something like almost like loungewear, just like a simple shirt and pants and some simple boots. And he's got like a leather pack that's stuffed pretty full on his back. So Tessa, Tide, Raven, and John, you all circle up, and then Tessa begins to... Oh, it's just verbal. Sick. She looks around at all of you, and then she murmurs something under her breath, and I get to do a thing. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna roll a... Where's her die? I should pull out dice before I start sessions.
Flash forward to the first time Essek teleported the Mighty Nine somewhere and rolled so badly that they got shunted into the side of a mountain cliff. Anyway. Everything's fine.
Thanks, Kristen.
You're welcome. It's gonna be fine.
That was so motivating.
Yeah. Of course it was.
I gotta roll something real quick. Okay. So the Tessa murmurs this word, and silver light washes over you. Renori, from the outside of the circle, you just see their images begin to rapidly like shift and vibrate, almost like fog being cut through by a blade, before they just gone. And they just entirely dissipate from the circle, leaving nothing but a faint silver dusting behind. There's no confirmation whether or not it works or not. Raventide will come back to you. Because I like drama. The drama. Renori. So we have Renori, Cass, pretty much everybody else who is going on down the hall. You know Tessa's going to find her way to you.
Is that the plan?
Are you going to wait for Tessa to come back?
I feel like it would make more sense just to wait for Tessa.
Thought we were gonna wait.
I
thought we were gonna wait for. I thought it was Tessa teleports, Tessa comes back, then we go. Ripley tells us where to go. Ripley goes to her dad.
Okay. So then I'll go over to Raven and Tide then. So you appear. You kind of appear into ankle deep water. It's the first thing that hits you. It's just splooshing into water. And as you look, you are standing.
Raven's like, these are suede, like her boots.
That's like the worst thing to wear on an adventure, bestie. You are standing ankle deep in the water at the shoreline of the village where Iselda lives. As you turn kind of over your shoulder, you can see Rakad in the distance, kind of bolstered up against the base of the mountains, and yeah, you can see people are starting to move around. This seems like a community that's up and at 'em quite early. There are a few people who just kind of startle at your sudden appearance in the water. You see a couple nets get dropped, but otherwise it's just kind of like picking up the fish that are dropped and casting curious glances your way, and then they continue as well. You're back in the village.
Raven will, before Tessa goes back, just be like, thank you. Stay safe.
Yeah, you too as well. And I get to roll something. Because I like making things difficult for me. My God. I have to take a picture of this. I just rolled two natural 20s.
Oh, I was gonna say
A
that could
natural
either
20.
be really good or really bad.
I just rolled two natural 20s.
You got a natural 40, besties.
That was either snake eyes or.
I'm literally tweeting it now. You saw it here live, folks. Hold on. Two natural 20s live on SBC. I am the most irritating. Hold on. Let's see.
No.
Yes.
Kristen, I'm going to let you know that your natural 20s, you react in the exact same way.
Yeah, but like I never get natural 20s. You know what I mean?
No, I know. I was just telling Liz that they're not annoying.
No, I mean, like, yes, never mind.
It says
Huh?
today. Okay. I'm gonna tweet this. That's for y'all. If I usually don't tweet during sessions because I have to like run the thing, but first time for everything. So that was really great. You see, Tessa gives you both like a nod, and then she turns off towards the horizon, and you see her just sort of extend a hand out to her side, and a bit of water curls up to sort of lace between her fingers. And she takes a deep breath, and then the water sort of just snakes through and then goes back down from whence it came, and her image shifts again, and she's gone. And you are standing in this village with John. And we'll come back to you. Renori. After a few moments, there's this sort of tension as you wait, and then you hear the sort of intake of air as Tessa appears back where she disappeared. And kind of facing a wall, so she has this moment of like, and it has to like rotate to like take you guys in. But she's back.
Hey, congratulations. It worked.
It worked.
I'm guessing.
Yep. I'm here. I sense my organs are in place. Probably.
Great. Always important. Ripley, it's on your cue now, because you've got to go talk to your dad, and you also have to tell us where we need to go. So...
Right. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. So you're going to, and she kind of like does the spin when someone's trying to figure out directions, you know the spin. She just yeah. She starts doing that, and then there's a moment she's like, okay, what you're gonna want to do is from this floor, what's the best possible way? There are like two options. Okay, one's like riskier but more direct. So like you'll get there faster. And then the other one is like probably safer but longer. So the risky way,
Wait,
yeah?
Renori's gonna turn to Casper
Yeah, what's up?
and Faustus.
Okay.
Risky or long? Because I would rather just listen to the way that we need to go, you know?
Casper kind of looks over. I don't feel like risking our safety is smart, but also if risky might be worth it. There are a lot of us. Ripley, can you give us like the speed version of this? And Ripley kind of like nods. Like I promise I can make it quick. Okay, so the main like area that we were in, that sort of sand area, is some like on like holidays and things, and during like special festivals is like a gladiator's pit, essentially. So there's like a bunch of storage stuff beneath the sort of citadel, and one of those basements is where it's being held. So there is a trapdoor like in the very center of the pit, essentially, that goes directly down into there. And then it's just about navigating the hallways, which will be pretty easy once you get down there. So risky because like it's pretty open there, so you might be seen, but if you can come up with like a good excuse or whatever, like you should be fine, or whatever. You guys have a lot of tricks. Or you could take the longer way, which you'd have to like go downstairs and then kind of go all the way around. And you'll eventually like find the stairs into those lower levels, but you'll be coming in from the opposite side. So you can either drop down sort of into the center and find your way there, or you can come all the way around. Yeah, those are kind of the two options. And I can give you more details, but like speed edition.
How many people are usually around in that central part?
In the central part, well, it's morning now, so people might be passing through. Let's see. She's looking at the sundial in her wrist, because I forgot people don't have watches.
They could.
They could.
This is true. Yeah, watches are like a thing.
Also, a sundial watch would not work.
Not with that attitude.
No, it just wouldn't in an interior.
Not with that attitude. Ripley looks at her wrist, which has nothing there. And, well, let's see. Orla doesn't have her class today.
Ripley!
So I'm thinking people
Clockwork
aren't really...
Sorry, Clockwork Soul Sorcerers have left the chat. They're like, fuck this. What do you mean no watches?
So, people are probably going to be mostly just walking around the outer edge. There shouldn't be anything happening in the main pit right now that, like, happens there. People might walk across, but usually people just go around early in the morning. So you do have a window, like, if we leave in a couple minutes, you have, like, a pretty considerable window where you should be able to just like boop and drop down if you're sneaky enough.
I can cast darkness.
That might, I mean, you'll get in there, but like maybe it's just me, but like I feel like if the entire world went like super dark all of a sudden, where it's like usually not dark,
It's only a 15-foot radius.
Okay, so if a dark orb suddenly appeared, I would probably be a little alarmed. Me personally, I think. Not that I really like that idea. That's like really cool. You can just like do that. That's like really cool. But I just feel like I would be like, oh, that's a dark orb. There's shenanigans afoot.
We just have to make a choice about if we're gonna do the risky one or not. And I'm not sure I'm qualified to make that choice.
Okay.
But
Casper
we're
kind of.
gonna do the risky one.
Oh shit. Casper gives you a nod of respect.
Because we've got to get it over with.
Renori also gives you a nod. She's just like, listen.
Renori?
Okay. Listen.
I nod to myself, yes. Yes.
Ripley gives you a nod. Okay. So if you're dropping down from the central pit, you're gonna drop down and it's gonna be kind of dark. But what you can do when you drop down, you have to like look on and just kind of around. You'll start to see like moss and stuff. And just, you're starting to follow that, basically. And going down is good. I can't really give you left, right, because I just don't go down there all the time. And this is the first time I found out that the stone was here. But
how many people are usually down there?
Well, there's not really a festival for a little while. So it shouldn't be too occupied. I mean, I would expect that there would be like a couple guards down there, because there's like a mini armory down there for anybody who's like competing. So I would imagine that like there'd be a couple people patrolling down there. But I don't think it's not like the whole forces, you know, like it's pretty, I would say, regular patrols. Once you get to the room, however, you'll know you're coming up on it because there's going to be like guards in front of the staircase. And you'll like pretty much be able to see that there's like shit going out of the walls. And there'll be guards in the staircase, and then when you go down the stairs, there's going to be another 2 guards. Now, they could either be in the hallway or in the room, because there's like another door. So just be aware of that. And then I don't know who's going to be in the room. I just know that those guards are there. When I went, there were a bunch of people in there, but it felt like Dad was like, everyone gather, you know?
Okay, and last question before we need to get this going.
Yeah.
We might have to use lethal force.
I know.
Okay. That's it. Let's go.
Okay.
It's gonna be okay, Ripley. You've got this.
Yeah.
And, we do too.
Yeah, you do. Just be careful, please. Oh. If you run into my brother...
Punch him in the face? Sorry.
He might deserve that, but don't kill him. Please. Please.
Wasn't planning on it.
Okay, he's a good guy. He is. He's just hurting.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go. Good luck, guys. And then she kind of like has this awkward hovering moment. She looks like she goes for like finger guns, and then she instead just like and blows you all a kiss. And then she just kind of scuttles out the door.
God. Oh.
Which is hilarious because she's like 7 feet tall.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she takes off and kind of curves left outside of the door, and leaves team inside back door part 2 to sort of go up to their own devices. We're gonna jump back to Raven and Tide in the village. Tessa's gone. The two of you are standing there with John. What are you up to?
Raven's probably like having her boots dry off like in the sun. She's like barefoot now. And she's just sort of like twiddling her thumbs, looking over at Tide. And then John. Tide.
Not saying anything, just looking.
Tide will have turned almost like a tealy color immediately following the teleportation, but I rolled a 22 Constitution saving throw, so he did not get sick.
Nice.
So he's just gonna take like a deep breath, and then walk out of the water and kind of like gently push John to come out of the water with him towards Raven. And then he's going to say to both of them, well, we have 2 options. We could either go back to where Kip is and take shelter there, or we can try to get out of here. But I think we need to move because if they start looking for us, it's not going to be hard to find us here.
John immediately perks up at the mention of Kip. Like, he's okay?
Oh yeah, we met him 2 nights ago. Raven is going to like kind of glance at Tide and then quickly like sort of look away from Tide.
Yeah, we met him. He's doing good. He might be a little sore, but from what happened with you guys, but yeah, but yeah, he's back and
What a list roll.
I gotta take another picture.
Is it another nat?
We're at a nat 60 now.
Damn it.
We're at a nat 60 now. Oh my god. Hello? Anyway, sorry. I need other people to witness that this is happening to me. No?
Do you think
So
that
fair.
that he would kind of keep us a secret and like help us out?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Before you ask that though, and you're explaining why Kip might be, sore, John gives you a red. John looks at you, the eyebrow goes up, and he just kind of smiles a little bit.
Raven just says, yeah, because, hiking across the country is, I would imagine.
Right.
Hiking.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Hiking.
Or horseback riding.
I need to roll perception for a second.
Okay.
Or is it insight? I want to know if Tide now knows that John is aware that he is a terrible. Insight?
Yeah, do insight.
Okay. Come on, I really want him to get like a net.
Yeah, Raven says, yeah, or like if he was on horseback riding is also strenuous.
I got a 12.
He's definitely seeing through you, and like that's pretty obvious to you, but you don't know if it means you're a bad liar. You just feel like maybe you didn't, this one. You just didn't nail this one, Maybe you'll find the one that makes him believe you. You should keep trying.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It could be horseback riding. He's a paladin now, so he's carrying all this armor around with him. This is heavy stuff, and that's got to be tough to hike and walk around with all of that, and you'd be really sore.
Sore from that, right? Yeah.
Armor fighting. Raven is like not trying to like suppress a little bit of a giggle.
I'm glad to see that Kip is no, he wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but he's definitely alive. So
anyway, we should probably go towards the cabin.
John just kind of laughs under his breath a little bit.
Kristen's dying. Oh my
God. John just kind of laughs under his breath a little bit, but doesn't necessarily call you out on anything.
You're a missing, not prince. So Raven is like now like ushering John towards the cabin because she's realizing, like as fun as this is for her, like we need to like make sure that he is not seen.
Okay, so you start shuffling him into the cabin, Iselda's cabin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you shuffle over there. You give a knock. You just going in.
I think they'll open the door and then knock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you open and
like
then
you're
like,
opening
hey.
and knocking at the same time.
Okay. You sort of push the door open, which is not like it is not shoddily made. It is a nice door that is clearly unlocked. Does that make sense? Like it seems like a door that has a lock on it and it has not been locked. So you push the door open and give a knock, and then from the back of the house you hear what time is it? You hear Kip's voice because you recognize him. Now you hear him from the back of the house, just like, just a second, hold on, get hot, and he kind of, you see him poke his head out, and his hair's wet, and you see like as soon as his head just sort of Scooby-Doo comes out of the doorframe of that spare room, you see him smile super wide. And then you just kind of like, the body joins the head, basically, as he comes forward. Just like, oh, your sentence immediately stops as he locks onto John. And you just see this look of pure relief and joy. And in a few quick strides, he crosses the space and he just straight up picks John up into a hug. And John, like, just wraps his... Like, he seems used to this. Wraps his arms around Kip's neck. And there's just this quiet, intense reunion. I imagine you kick the door shut, or are you just leaving the door open?
No, we're... Oh, Maya. Little baby. Dream cannot see the baby.
But Maya in chat's gonna think you just said, oh Maya.
Sorry.
There's a corgi y'all can't see curled up on the bed. Anyway.
Very cute.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely close the door.
I think Raven will just thaumaturgy the door shut gently, just like...
Okay.
Because she's used to doing that.
And when this interaction, when Kip first like looks out, Tide is immediately gonna look up at the ceiling and try to not make eye contact. And then when they do this embrace, as soon as he starts walking towards him, Tide is gonna take several steps back. He is not comfortable with the situation right now.
Okay. Yeah, there's enough space in this sort of area here. And Kip sets John down basically and just sort of like holds him at arm's length to just inspect him, take him in. There's another quick hug, but at John's level this time. And then he looks at the two of you. You see the moment of him clocking that awkward distance. If you want to, you can roll me insight, but it is your choice.
Can I roll insight?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not gonna. Tide is not gonna. He's so focused on not making eye contact that he would not have insight on what's going on.
26. Yes.
You see a noticeable shift in Kip's face for a moment. Hurt. A little disappointment. And you see him take it in and sort of very quickly, very similar to Ripley's like customer service smile, like a forced smile becomes a real one.
Okay.
But you see the moment where it takes a while for the light to actually reach the eyes.
I want to clarify for anybody who might be watching Tide's kind of inner monologue. If I remember correctly, after the events that occurred with Tide
Kip and
and
Tide
Kip,
slept together.
sure. Tide kind of just left and did not wake him up, did not say goodbye or anything, if I'm remembering this correctly. It was very much a, let's see what's going on. Oh crap, we have to leave right this second. So Tide is very much embarrassed with that behavior, but also doesn't want a boyfriend or anything. But he also is like, oh, I kind of fucked up and I don't want to have to deal with the repercussions of my act.
That's fair. So, Raven, you take in that reaction from Kip. That's not particularly hidden. And then he just sort of like, well, you all... Okay, Isolda is...
We're kind of stealing John from the castle for the foreseeable future.
Okay, I mean...
Stealing is maybe not the right word, but...
I mean, he wants to leave. It's not like it's against his will.
John gives a thumbs up.
And also Ripley will
Not suspicious at all. The thumbs up of like everything's fine.
He look.
You pan over, Raven is just...
We can't see you on stream, but I can see you. Yeah, there it is.
Raven is just like this against John's head.
Everything's fine.
Yes. John gives a thumbs up, but he looks genuine about it. He's just awkward. It's genetic.
Yeah. The throat slashers are just very...
Yeah.
So really awkward. Yeah, and so Raven is like, so the others are kind of doing other things in the castle right now, and let's just say that we're not the sneakiest, so we're just sort of waiting for them. And we need a place to hide John, because as soon as they know that John is gone, it'll cause alarm, and we need to, if there's a possibility that guards will be searching outside of the castle grounds, that needs to be going on longer, you know.
Right.
Until the others get back.
Okay. That is a lot better than like how I felt 5 seconds ago, so that's like really cool. Thanks. Isolda's like working, but like she said she was chill if you guys came back, so like house is yours. I kind of cast a glance at Tide and then at you and then at John. It's really good to see you, dude. I'm probably gonna go unless
Where?
I mean, I'm hanging around, I guess. I've been kind of reluctant to go home myself, and seeing Ripley gave me a chance to kind of stall, but I don't know if I should keep stalling or not. I don't really have anywhere to go, so I figured I should, like, I guess go home. I don't really have anyone waiting for me necessarily, but feels like the thing I'm supposed to do.
I just
Tide is gonna elbow John in the side, and under his breath, but probably not really, say food, like food,
Okay.
and continue to not make eye contact with Kip.
John looks at you, rolls his eyes, and then looks at Kip and goes, did Iselda perhaps leave any food prepared? I'm not the best chef. And Kip goes, oh yeah, no. Like, you're good.
there's a communal like outside meal that happens like at normal meal times, right?
Usually, but this morning, no. There's not
Okay.
really a schedule. It just kind of like, there's like a vibe. The vibe was not there.
vibe.
No schedule, just a vibe of when the entire village is hungry.
Yeah. It hasn't really happened yet. I
3
think
a.m.
it'll
like
happen
sits
soon.
just 5 of the orcs just like over a campfire cooking up pizza rolls over the embers.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You got it.
Not the pizza rolls.
Yeah, it's a little bit later before anybody's gonna gather outside, but there's some like bread in the cabinets. There's, I think, and he kind of like starts rifling through the cabinets because fruit, and like clunks a bowl onto the countertop. It's kind of like decimated a little bit. Like the fruit's still fresh. There's just not a lot in there. It's like there's some grapes. There's an apple, a couple bananas. You see a pear. Like, but it's not super stocked. He goes, I can go like catch you something if you want.
I Raven will be like, I mean, normally this would be perfectly fine for me, but we're big. You know what? I'm particularly peckish today, noticing how Tide is slowly just tilting his head further towards Raven, like, you better shut the fuck up. So, like, I'll go out and help you. They're not looking for a blue tiefling. No, it's fine. I'm gonna go outside and help you. Raven is now ushering the two of them.
So who are you ushering outside specifically?
Kip.
So Kip and you are rushing out the door. Okay.
Yeah.
He just kind of like, okay.
Let's go fish.
Oh, said that a little scary, but sure. And he's kind of just in loungewear,
Let's go fish.
I didn't say it.
Threatening.
I all of a sudden roll an intimidation check.
I mean, if you want to.
No, it was more. It definitely was supposed to come off as a lot more like
Awkward.
yeah,
Yeah.
like what are those like your 3-year-old mentioned what sex was, and you're just like, I'm going to take you away from this situation.
Not this. He's wearing like the usual loungewear, comfortable pants, the crop top, boots. But he kind of, as you get outside, just sort of kicks the boots off and leaves them outside of Iselda's door. And you both make your way down to the shoreline, and along the way, he like passes a couple of folks who see him and just kind of light up and give him a wave, and he chats with them in Orcish for a moment before he grabs a net and a fishing pole, and he passes you the fishing pole. He goes, I will do this. This is a lot. But see if you catch anything. Sometimes they do the fish like the pole better, I guess.
Yeah, Raven is going to be like, I've never used a fishing pole, because like I would imagine that she's like stood in creeks and has done the thing where you just like wait really patiently
And then
try
just-
to like just rat
yeah.
it, right? Some more successful than others, and she'll just be like, okay, and then she's like, you see her rolling her pant legs up so they're over her knees, and then without warning, under her breath goes, come back to me. God fucking, that was so desperate. What's wrong with you? Like, it hits her very suddenly what she said to Faustus, and she's just like, God. Like, it was like the 5th hand embarrassment, just like as a 5-degree burn, just is imprinted in her mind now. She's just like,
As you curse under your breath the end of the fishing pole in the water, you see Kip as he wades sort of out waist deep and begins kind of the process of just kind of pulling this net through the water to see what comes up. And we're going to go back over to Team Inside Backdoor. So, Renori, you have selected the risky route. So, with this in mind, you feel with your keen mind, you feel pretty confident that you can lead everyone back to where you need to go, and you are able to do so. I need a stealth check for you, and I'm going to roll for the rest of the planet. Because I am in control of the entirety of Team Inside Backdoor, except for you.
I know.
oh my god.
It's really
That was
funny.
a 16.
Casper.
Do you want me to roll for Faustus? Because I can see Faustus's thing too.
Sure.
If that'll make it easier for you to keep track.
Sure. Just hold on to the number. Okay. Casper. Tessa. Boomstick. I have to roll something for Ripley. So where is the seashell dice? There it is.
I'm
Ripley.
asking God Mask to bless my dice as I am rolling for Faustus.
Nice. So are those all the NPCs? It's just the 4 of them? Casper,
It's just
Tessa, Boomstick, Ripley?
Yeah, Tessa, Boomstick.
Because John's with you guys. Okay.
No, it's Tessa,
No.
Boomstick, and Casper.
Okay,
Ripley
yeah.
is not with us.
I know. I still have to roll for, something for her, but that's right. Okay. And I can't forget that bless. She got blessed. You know, this is not a D4, but we're going to treat it like one and then just do evens and odds because life is interesting. Okay. Stealth check.
This is only stealth, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Faustus rolled a 31.
That sounds about right.
I rolled a
Renori?
nat 18. I'm very proud of myself.
Good job.
Thank you.
Renori?
I can't remember if I said 16 or 17 because I already picked up my dice and fiddled with it.
We'll say 17.
Okay.
Okay. You begin to, all of you, though you are this large unit, some of you kind of just cling to the outskirts of the shadow, taking some of the patches of dim light to sort of keep any features of yourself not visible. You can't, like, disappear in this kind of space necessarily, but it is very possible to look confident in where you're going and blend in almost to the eye. And your group begins making their way through the compound. So you head down stairs. Yeah. And you make your way just kind of around in this ring so that you're facing one of the cardinal point entrances to this sort of gladiatorial pit. And as you're looking at it, you sort of all crowd in this hallway, and you do see as this compound is beginning to wake for the day. You see folks with like baskets at their hips full of various wares and such. You see those giant doors that were shut when you were frantically riding back in. that they are still shut, but you see people making their way there. You assume maybe guests for the evening, with loaded carts and like hand carts, not anything with horses in here, but all sorts of wares and stuff that look like they're making their way out for the day, or people making their way in. God damn it,
Not
guys.
the like after credits school special sounding remix.
Sometimes my players make choices, and it's my favorite. You also see kind of passing, mostly people keeping to this sort of outer ring as they go back and forth. You do see the occasional guard member armed with pikes, halberds, short swords, all variety of weapons. You see a few maces, all just seeming to be keeping a normal patrol. No one you recognize necessarily, but nobody is necessarily paying a super keen eye to you as well. And you linger in this sort of cardinal entrance as you have a chance to sort of assess here. Each of the cardinal entrances to this central pit are open doors. They do have like gates that can drop and be shut, but all of the gates are open, and so there is line of sight from all of these points into the pit. Some of the areas on the far wall on this bottom floor have like carved out windows, perhaps for like viewing during the festivals that Ripley mentioned. There are, kind of as you look up at the walls, a few scattered balconies as well where people could perhaps look down. It seems more for function than spectacle.
Punctuation.
Yeah, exactly. This seems more for function than for like a spectacle of an arena, but you do see that sort of arena sense she was hinting at. So you have this giant central area. The chairs are still there. So you see in the very center, the set of 4 chairs. I don't remember if I said there were 4 or 5 because I'm a fool. But in the very center, there is this small wooden platform with 2 larger, more ornate carved chairs, akin to thrones, closer to fancy dining room table chairs, and then a couple of smaller, less ornate chairs just directly alongside. This platform is central, and it's just like a very small, like there's a singular step up onto it. That's pretty much the solid like landmark that you have in the very center of this area, and alongside there's nothing like permanent else in here. It's just the sand.
Is there anyone looking at us right now?
Roll me a perception check.
A natural 19 for a 24.
Okay.
I thought that I was in trouble when you already started that off. Just yelling. Don't read into that.
Okay.
I'm in therapy. You don't have to tell me.
Okay.
Sarah? Anyway, let me, Sarah. You put... That's what I wanted. You take a look around, and you kind of gaze through some of the windows, but you also just general sweep, as well as the people passing alongside you. You're getting the occasional curious glance, as you are a large party, and like I said, there's nowhere to necessarily disappear in this sort of scenario here. But no one necessarily stopping and staring at you.
Excellent. Renori's gonna turn to everyone. So, I now see why this was the risky option. And I can cast invisibility on all of us but Faustus. I don't have enough. I run out.
I imagine Faustus is just like shrugs.
And I'm saying that because I know Faustus can do it to himself.
Oh yeah, this is true. We did talk about this.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's a lot less suspicious to maybe just see. It's less likely that people are gonna notice a hatch opening when we're all invisible versus them noticing a hatch opening when all of us fuckers are standing around it and then jumping down. You know?
Faustus shrugs. I'm not gonna speak for him. Faustus shrugs.
No, and so Renori like turns to everybody else and is like, so if you're on board with me turning you invisible and think this is the best route, Casper, Boomstick, Tessa,
You get a universal
wow.
thumbs up.
I'm loving the input here. So then I'll cast invisibility at 5th level.
Okay. You
Better be fucking worth it.
one by one, the images of your friends disappear, and you can see the very faint shimmering outlines of their form, like this is very specific but very accurate, like Susan Storm and like that the like good Fantastic Four movie, not the reboot, the original ones, where you could see the outside of the form. There is like a sort of warbling effect, but it almost like the eye, like the gaze almost glances off of it. There are visible, in this sense, visible figures, quote unquote.
Like in animated movies from like the early 2000s, how it would just be like this light blue color.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. So it's like
just an outline.
Yeah, like because you cast the spell, there are people in front of you that you cannot see. You know what I mean? But it's the spell is definitely doing the job. Okay.
And I'm assuming Faustus casts it on himself.
You do not see Faustus.
He didn't have to, because he rolled a 31 on that.
For the sake of simplicity,
luxury.
because I was wondering why he was just holding dog shit in his bare hand. For chat's sake, I have a running list of things that I can say just as we're going back live to hopefully
The
break it.
captions didn't pick me up properly. I said, you like jazz, not you like that.
Oh, are the captions frozen?
No, it just said, you like that instead of you like jazz.
Oh, okay.
That was a roller coaster ride. It was.
And we're back.
Roller coaster ride.
We are back.
There's no place I'd rather be than on a floating swimming here in the ocean blue. And if I had one wish come true, I'd search every sunset beyond the horizon. Anyway, that's a really good song.
So,
I listen to on a lot of playlists unironically.
Anyway,
I can't disagree with you. I had something stuck in my teeth. That wasn't a judgmental face. So, before we hop back into the game very, very quickly, first of all, I hope that this was a fulfilling break for everybody who is here. And once again, thank you for hanging out with us tonight. It really means a lot. Like I said, also, if you have to step out at any time, please prioritize your health because these VODs are always going up on YouTube. So you'll be able to always catch the episode, rewatch it, look at your favorite moments, all that jazz. So,
Jazz.
not this. Some things could stay in the Discord, you know?
Chris indoctrinated me.
Some...
Actually, that's a joke. For legal reasons, any cults out there, I am not easily susceptible to this stuff.
That was really
this
smooth.
stuff.
That was so smooth. And there's a joke in there that I can't say. But there, anyway. So, before we jump back in, Chris, untilt your head. Bestie, untilt your head there. So,
Is Chris frozen?
Is Chris frozen? Oh, that's the funniest possible timing.
Oh my god.
There we
Damn
go.
it, I didn't get a screenshot of it.
That was so...
Chris, you were frozen.
And
You were... like, your signature.
yeah,
That was so funny.
I was just texting on my phone that I was getting a weird lag spike.
That... We found out.
So
We got there. That was really great. Okay, so before we hop back into the game, I had wanted to just say, once again, thank you to everybody who's hanging out with us. It is, like I said at the beginning of the stream, National GM's Day, National Game Master Day, and I love Stormborn's Curse, and I love my cast, and I'm very, very happy doing what I do. Running one-shots and such as well and playing in games, but this is like truly my happy place every week, and I'm really grateful that I get to share what I love and the people that I love with other people. So just want to say that before we jump back in the game, that I really appreciate you guys. Okay, so we sort of return as our group as Inside Backdoor becomes invisible inside Backdoor.
yeah.
As Renori and Faustus cast invisibility and the entire team vanishes. I need new stealth checks, but you get to roll with advantage, I believe, with the invisibility spell.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm rolling Faustus.
Nice.
It jumped out.
Okay, I have Tessa, I have Casper, I have Boomstick. I have 2 dice for Casper I could roll, but do I want to look so deep in this bag of horrors for it? I am just going to roll everything twice. This is taking too long. I got my d20 back, so I will roll this.
Oh, from me?
Yes.
Because you accidentally stole it.
Yes. It's
I
fine.
gave you...
It be like that sometimes.
I made up for it.
You did. Your presence was enough. Okay. This is not a d20. You know, I really should take the dice out of the bag. They say not taking the dice out of the bag. And this one will work. Okay. Let's see what's happening here. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay. So, you will make your way. Where are you going?
Take my way.
So the
Downtown
hatch
walking
thing we
around.
gotta go to.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
The natural 20 for a 25.
Nice. Okay. You, because it's like a hatch in the ground and this is such an open space, there's at first some difficulty. And as you sort of scan the space and everybody moves inward to into this pit, you do see off to the right there is you catch a hatch basically. You see sort of the edges of where the sand has slightly piled up and been disturbed from it being open and shut, and like the general just wear on the environment there around it. And you see it's just a sort of cross-hatched iron grate, and so it's iron and wood, so there's like an iron level over the wood here, and you see this like large steel ring that's a little bit rough, and it's a hefty hatch.
Okay. The next step would be to open it.
Yeah, it would.
So that happens.
Are you opening it? I don't think. Hold on a second. Are you opening it
Who else is
Liz,
open?
do you need to know what Faustus rolled?
for the stealth?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a 28.
Yeah, I figured because you didn't make.
Oh yeah, you never asked for our stealth.
Oh shit! What's yours?
Mine was a 20.
Nice. Okay. You didn't make any sort of noises or senses of despair, Sarah. So I figured everything was okay. I just forgot to ask. So thank you for that.
No, you're fine. But I was just like, do you want to know anyway? Just to know how into the shadows Faustus became.
Thank you. It's a little less into the shadows than usual, but you know.
Okay.
He's slacking.
Someone should, I guess, the hatch is right there. Check it for traps.
Faustus could.
This is true. Perception, please. I'll also do it with Casper.
Investigation?
Oh yeah, investigation. Sorry, not perception. And I'll also do Casper.
Okay, it's another 28.
Yeah. Okay. Casper, Faustus both take a look at the hatch. And Faustus, so they kind of like teamwork on this one. Casper sort of, no, he wouldn't do that because invisibility. Casper like puts one foot on the top of the hatch and the other like kind of more off to the side and just barely cracks it open. And you see Faustus, oh, you don't see Faustus, but you see Faustus
Yeah.
crouch over the side of the hatch and jam his dagger down into like the side of it, and there's just a subtle like hiss and then a click, and then Casper opens the hatch without issue. And as you
Okay.
are you going down in?
Well, what else would we do?
Okay, I have to ask you.
Yeah, the next step would be we all gotta get in
Nancy
quick before
did.
someone notices that the hatch is just open.
I just imagine you do have a step-by-step list of just like open the hatch, go into the hatch.
Yes.
You proceed down into the hatch, and as you
It
do,
would be a physical list.
yeah, as you go down into the hatch, you do hear a perpetual gentle, like clicking noise, and as you kind of look down, you do see like where pistons are sort of being pushed out of this hatch. Like it looks like something would continuously be almost slicing or passing out, like out of this space. But you don't see anything like going off. The trap has been disabled.
Okay.
Um,
Great.
And so you continue down into this hatch. There is a ladder that does extend fully to the floor, a solid ladder. You find yourself in the middle of a crossroads. There are 4 paths. So there's a path straight forward. You can go to the left, you can go to the right, or you can go behind you.
Which one has the moss?
Roll me just a straight perception check.
22.
I'll just look too. Oh no, it's unmuted.
Okay. You
We'll want Faustus at the front, though, continually looking for traps as we move forward.
okay.
Did like 28 just carry them?
No.
Roll again.
Well, not yet.
Okay.
So, Renori, as you're looking around, it is very, very dim light in here. Probably, like this is comfortable for you, but it is still dim light in here, and you do have
This
to...
is my home.
I know. This was, like, for you specifically, this is pretty comfortable, but as you're looking around, you catch the faintest hint of moss growing in the direction of the leftward path.
So we should go that way because Ripley said to follow the moss, and it goes that way. And Faustus and Casper, I'm gonna need y'all to stay at the front to keep an eye out for traps. And I'm gonna do this. And Renori casts dancing lights, but it's only like one small, dim globule of light.
Okay.
Just enough to aid, but to not be like obnoxiously obvious.
Okay. Go ahead, roll me an investigation check for Faustus.
19.
Okay. You proceed down the leftward path. You are in... So, you get the immediate sense of passing underground. As you enter the sort of sub-level. The heavy feeling of a ceiling above you that is truly just a floor. There's this deep... very well put together. It's not giving necessarily the energy of something in shambles, but definitely something worn, like these stone bricks that have been laid that form also the floor and the walls. There are every once in a while decorative stone tiles that have been carved with like curling waves or seashells, but you get the impression that this is a very frequently used space. And as you pass through, there's a moment where you're passing through the center of the hall, and Casper and Faustus look at each other, kind of take in the hallway, and both of them sort of split. And they both, like... There's a moment where they sort of, kind of crowd up against the walls, and they both step down ever so tentatively on a pressure plate. And you see it as the floor indents. And you see some of these decorative tiles in the section of hallway slide back. And nothing is launched. And you see Casper and Faustus just start working at these pressure plates with their daggers and respective blades until there's just like a very metallic popping sound. Almost like a spring snapping in half. And then you continue on your way without incident.
Great. Continue following the moss.
Roll me another perception check, please.
Do you want Faustus to roll too?
Renori, roll with advantage.
Me?
Yeah. Because, like, Faustus is here, but not here. You know what I mean?
Okay, then with advantage, that roll would be just a straight 20. Dirty 20.
Okay. As you continue, there are a few turns as you sort of, with your light sort of shielded, lead the group through these twisting halls. And you make quite a few decisive turns, but you're sort of keeping track in your head, marking anything that you can use to sort of keep an eye on where you're headed. you continue in deeper, and there's a moment where you're faced with either a hall that continues to go forward or a turn into a curve that you can't see. And there is, as you've been progressing, there's been like the usual sort of, I think, surface level of moss, and somewhere that would be a little bit damp. It's a little bit uncomfortable in here. Perhaps just the slightest bit dry. And there's a moment where you're like, ooh, and you have to like judge which path. But as you're looking, you get the sense that there's like a stronger sort of growth happening off to the left once again. And so you just sort of like nod this way, and the entire group follows you. And this curve takes you towards a downward spiraling stone staircase. And as you all proceed down, it gets a bit narrow to the point where you get single file. So Renori, where do you want to go in this sort of walking order here?
I would imagine that it would be Faustus, Casper, Renori, Tessa, Boomstick.
Okay. For one more time, do investigation, please, for me, Sarah, for Faustus.
Mm-hmm. That will be a 24.
Okay.
24.
Casper and Faustus just kind of like stops, and there's that moment of oof, 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 as you all like kind of near the front of the line bump into each other. And then there's just like Renori in front of you. Something whizzes past your face. And it takes you a moment to recover. And then you hear light cursing from ahead of you, trying to keep quiet. And you hear just the scraping, because it's kind of hard to see in this sort of single file configuration. Just the scraping of metal on stone quietly, and then that same very familiar, like, metallic popping sound, like a spring splitting in half. And then something from above you clicks. Listen. You're fine.
God.
We're fine.
Did you die?
Yes. But did you die?
Did you die?
No. Whatever. God.
That was close.
Okay. All I remember Ripley said keep following the moss and going downwards is good, but also we're probably gonna start running into guards soon, so we need to be on the lookout for that. So let's keep going.
The group continues on its way. The staircase goes down for quite a while, and you start to get that natural, uncomfortable staleness of the air as you descend deeper into the ground. And the staircase sort of bottoms out, and I need to do a thing.
Nori is gonna want to be very, like, listening for other people besides them. Listening for guards.
Roll
like,
me a perception check.
Yeah, devoting a lot of her energy to that. Okay. 21.
Okay. I have to do something over here, but I can't find another d20 for the life of me. Even though I've got 1 billion of them. This is why you pick your dice out ahead of time, folks. I'm superstitious. I don't like to share player die with enemy die. It makes me upset.
Oh, fuck!
So, you, 20? You said?
1.
21.
Well, not 1.
No,
21.
I clocked that. I just didn't say it. So everyone sort of gathers in this gentle, almost Scooby-Doo-like line, as the staircase bottoms out into another chamber. And you sort of perk your ears out to listen. You do hear footfalls heading in your direction.
Like, in front of us?
Yes.
Or
So there's this sort of like gentle, almost like a pocket at the base of the stairs.
uh-huh.
And then there's a hallway that's running just directly in front of you. And you hear footsteps proceeding from this end of the hall in this direction.
Renori will whisper that to Casper
Okay.
and Faustus, and then Tessa behind her.
Tessa passes to Boomstick, and you all sort of stay low. The two guards, or there are two guards, two orcs, full-blood orcs, that are making their way down the hall. They are both sort of conversing with each other and laughing. One of them's got like spiked blonde hair that's a little bit short, a little bit messy. And the other one has longer reddish brown hair that's sort of been pulled into a loose ponytail at the back of the neck. And they're just sort of bantering. They seem more caught up in the conversation. One of them sort of slaps a hand out onto the other's chest, and they both stop. And they look in your direction. One makes direct eye contact with you, Renori. They continue on their way.
Yep, don't move.
They can.
Renori is... Did they continue on the way that we need to go?
Roll me another perception check.
18.
Okay. You get to the bottom of the stairs, you take a look. You get the sense you want to go from where they came, not where they're going.
Okay, I think we need to go from the direction that they came, not where they're going.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So, Faustus and Casper, if you can just continue to be mindful of things that might take off my head as we move that way, that'd be awesome.
You continue down this hall.
Still want to be very aware of any other people that
Okay.
could be hurt.
You keep an ear out as you approach, and you're seeing what Ripley was talking about. The growth here is much more obvious. It's less just moss clinging to errant stones. You see where little bits of grass and wildflowers are beginning to peek out from under the stones, not just in the floor, but in the walls and the ceiling. And as you progress further down this hall, it's like a long hallway. As you progress further down this hallway, you also get the impression like some of the stones become uneven, and it starts getting like a little bit wonky, like there are roots poking up, some even curling over stones and dragging them deeper into the earth. Like it's you start to see more obvious impressions of plant life beginning to take over this area, especially from the ceiling. Dangling roots begin to descend from the ceiling as well, also with little flowers attached to them. You do hear from behind you this subtle shift of like a boot on stone, like slipping, and some muffled cursing. Boomstick. Strangely, you find yourself traversing without issue. You pass over this sort of assortment of rough clusters, and
I know what you did.
you have no idea. It's fine. Shh, no,
I know.
no, you don't. It's fine. And I can't tell if Chris is frozen or staring into my soul.
It was honestly a little bit of both.
I feel like it's a
Because the
little bit
picture
of
is
both.
stuttering.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris just looks like that, but also
Oh my
keeps
God.
freezing.
Okay. It was just really, really alarming to look from Kristen to Chris and make direct eye contact. It's fine. So you continue. Yes, very much that, Sarah. Continue down the hall as you, everyone sort of gains their footing in different ways.
Hey, Chris, even when you're, like, not talking and you're staying still, like, move your eyes a lot so we know you're not frozen, okay? Just, like...
Oh no, I was frozen for a minute
No,
there.
no,
Oh.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, every now and then just be like...
Yeah, just do a little boogie, you know? Just like, it's fine.
Yeah,
With
anyway.
TikTok dance in the background,
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You proceed down this
Boomstick
hall.
almost ate shit, and I'm not. Cool.
You proceed down the hall. And there is you hear the footsteps before you see their owners. There's
Nori kind of goes, wait.
everyone stops. There's like a sort of intersection of this hall about, I want to say, like 30 feet in front of you, where two perpendicular paths cross, and you just hear boof, 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 like just footsteps. Rounding the corner, about 6 guards, much heavier armed. While some are still donning full leather armor, some are in half plate. You see more wicked-looking swords, maces with curved hooks to them. You see blades that on the hilt also just have like a bit of a defensive edge. And they are rapidly approaching your direction. What do you do?
We gotta get out of the way, or they're gonna run right into us.
Roll me a dexterity check. Yeah,
Right.
can you do
Can you-
Faustus for me, Sarah?
I'm gonna try with this black die that I have. Just a dex save?
Check.
A dex check.
Yeah, because you have time to react here.
A natural 20.
Nice.
Okay. When you use themed dice, it works.
Nice.
Not all the time.
What happened?
Kristen, oh.
Natural 1?
No, not that bad.
A 3.
A 6.
Nice, that was my second guess.
By the
Okay.
way, the total is a 25.
Okay.
Just, yeah.
It's 4, 5. I don't want to use Ripley's. That's bad luck. I know I got a 6-1 in here somewhere. Go on. Yeah, it's fine. I'll just do 3 for them. Okay. You press up against the walls. And they are, it's not just a casual march, like it's that sort of loose, like we got somewhere to be jog, as they're making their way down this hallway. Faustus and Casper press themselves against the wall pretty quickly, and without much incident. Also, so does Tessa. You go to press yourself against the wall, and one of the stones here shifts unexpectedly under your weight as you crowd up onto it to press flat. And as it just sort of, where you thought it was solid, dips in, and your foot slides, and you kind of lean forward as one of the guards is passing through right here. And Boomstick, you feel her arm, almost just like a bar across your body, pull you back against the wall. And the guards continue to pass. And then they're out of sight.
It takes everything in her to stay quiet. And the minute that they pass out of sight, she just goes, "Oh my god. Thank you."
Yeah, no problem. You continue on your way. As you come up to this intersection of perpendicular paths, a bit of loose fluttering picking up in your heart from that close encounter. You are met with just another, you can either go off to the right or that's it, because I reoriented the map. you see a path.
Oh.
You see a path to the right. Roll me a perception check.
Oh my god.
Sorry, that was just amazing.
You know, you do that thing where you like hit a button that like reorients the map to where you are. That just happened in my brain.
Yeah, a
Did you draw the
19.
map?
No, I didn't for this one, but I have the notepad. I just didn't have time.
Okay, I was just wondering.
I have drawn other maps already.
Oh shit. Nice.
Right. What was it, Kristen?
19.
19. You approach this intersection. You see the path to the right. Something just kind of is taking this intersection for a moment while it's quiet. And as you look at the wall in front of you, it looks a lot more transparent than it did 2 seconds ago. And you start thinking about how you didn't really see those guards run round the corner, more so as they were coming at you like they were coming straight.
Faustus, Casper, check that wall. Straight ahead.
I'm gonna have Casper do it. Just Casper.
Casper, check that wall. Straight ahead.
You see Casper without a sound of footsteps. There is literally no sound to his footsteps.
He's a ghost. Ooh.
This is so bad.
I'll go.
Not this.
Sarah disconnects from the call. The overlay gets messed up.
No, please don't. Oh God, no. I just want merch of that,
No, I'll
like
just
a mug.
get up and leave my room.
Oh, that will do it. I want a mug. It's like a temperature change mug. It's just because he's a ghost, and then the ooh comes up when there's something hot in it. If only we had merch funds. You proceed. Casper proceeds kind of in the hall, gives a quick check. Doesn't appear anybody's coming. What would he do? Kind of scoops up a loose pebble and just sort of flicks it towards the wall. And you see just with almost like cutting through fog, this image just distorts for a moment before coming to rest.
That's where we go.
You get a general group of affirmatives because there's like 8 million of you.
Yeah.
And you proceed forward. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed forward, but again with Casper and Faustus being mindful of traps.
Okay. You pass forward into a short hallway. And
A short halt. Wait, I'm sorry.
you scanlan for traps. There is this moment for Nori. Oh, Faustus is between you now, so this is probably not going to work out as cute. But this is gonna pass down to you anyway. It's gonna pass down to everyone. There's gonna be a cute moment, but it's not happening. So, you feel Faustus, kind of, not even Faustus. You feel a spectral hand that you cannot see. But you
On
are
my ass.
No.
Just kidding.
No. You feel a spectral hand that doesn't quite feel as solid as a normal one. Kind of just pull your arm to your side a little bit, only on one side. And it's a very strange feeling. And as you look up, it's like, oh, that's why. Because you are in a very, I would say, less than 10-foot long hallway. And there are 2 guards immediately behind this wall.
Oh.
And you are being sort of ushered into single file to pass between them without incident. So I'm going to do another stealth check.
Oh. Okay.
Tessa, Casper, Boomstick. Oh, advantage.
Oh!
Advantage.
Oh
because
my
you're invisible.
God. Oh, thank God.
Oh, no. That's
Oh,
I
never
rolled
good.
the same number twice. I just want to let y'all know
God.
that.
Okay. So that... Oh!
Kristen just gave birth, but like metaphorically.
No, I watched it
No,
happen.
y'all, that went from a 3 to a 19.
That'll do it.
You all usher forward, single file. Where that spectral hand clamps your wrist to your side, you kind of instinctually take over that sort of like ramrod posture as you all shuffle forward through the space.
Skinny like Mariah.
Yes. As you sort of shuffle forward through the space, stepping lightly so as not to make sound, but passing between these guards. And it's not like shoulder to shoulder necessarily. There's about 5 feet between them, but that's still enough space, you know? That's still a little bit. Oof. You all, one by one, pass through them without incident. Because the group rolled fantastic.
Holy shit.
You all very just kind of almost keeping
I really
low.
almost fucked it up.
Ooh. You all just sort of keeping low, pass between these guards that are keeping watch, and into another chamber. You see a room that's about, I would say, 40 feet by 40 feet. It's a pretty even square room. A bit of a low ceiling, probably capping out around 8 feet. So you would imagine, transpose Ripley's dad into the space. That's about how tall the ceilings are. You stepped into an absolute forest of a place. There are massive, thick roots that are bursting out of the ground and then plunging back in. You see where stones are cracked and small saplings are beginning to sprout out of the ground in places, curving and twisting, just natural and left to run. You see bundles of wildflowers, small bushes. You see the same sort of root situation hanging down from the ceiling, but flowers and herbs and all sorts of just beautiful fauna. Flora, that's the one. All sort of beautiful flora, just essentially dripping from the ceiling. There are about 8 guards in this room, all similarly armed to the ones you were seeing before.
Is there a path forward, or is this clearly where the stone is?
In the center of the room, because I did not say that out loud, there is
a room of guards, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end of this path. There is a stone pedestal that is...
Guards all the way down.
This stone pedestal essentially consumed by roots that are twisting around it and almost crushing it inwards. And where these roots are growing up, there's almost a 4-fingered cage. Not necessarily a true cage, but 4 roots and branches that curve inwards to perfectly balance a shard of... almost looks like glass at this distance. But just this green, crackling shard of pure energy. And every once in a while, it sort of flickers and then flashes and a spark jumps off of it. And some of the stones have, had idle reactions before in your times encountering them. But you'll see where a physical spark jumps off of this one, lands, and sprouts a flower. Or jumps off of this one, lands, and makes a bush grow much wilder and out of sorts, excuse me. And it's sitting in the center of this room. Now, there are 8 guards in this room. Most of them are doing their job. You see that there is a general watch trained towards the door. Some of the guards are having loose conversations in Orc, but keeping their eyes sort of peeled. There are a couple of guards that are sort of hacking away at this like one segment of like bramble that keeps trying to like grow towards them. You see it physically just tangling over itself, and then they hack away the new growth, and then another spark jumps off the stone, and then it grows more. And you hear them like cursing in Orcish and dealing with it, and some of the other guys are like laughing at them, but for the most part, eyes are trained on the door.
Is there enough, chatter and the hacking that if we whispered, they wouldn't hear us, do you think?
You could try.
Fuck.
I mean, whispering is quiet, but there are 8 guards in here. You could try. You feel like you have a chance where it could be fine. Look, assessing the situation, but there's no way to guarantee that.
I know. Okay. Renori's gonna pull everyone in as best she can.
Okay.
Into the tightest of huddles possible.
Okay.
And as
5-person huddle.
And as quietly as possible. Say, I'm not gonna actually whisper because my voice is funny today anyway.
I'm with you.
So either we stay invisible, grab the stone if it lets us grab it, and Tessa, you're ready to teleport us the minute that stone is in one of our hands, but that also just presumes that, like, it goes freely into our hands. Or we have to fight all of these people, and also know that we risk more people coming in. But we gotta pick one, and we gotta do it fast.
Ooh, okay. Casper sort of leans in, like, I mean, I feel pretty confidently we could take them out quietly, but I feel like that should remain a last resort. Tessa.
Oh.
Hold on, let me check something real quick before. Tessa sort of leans in and mutters, if we're to teleport out, I have to be able to see who I'm teleporting.
We'll drop invisibility the second we have the stone, and you need to be ready quick.
Okay. So we're just grab and run? Is that the plan?
We'll start there, and if something happens in the middle, we take them out quietly as we can, and we get out. The minute we attack, the invisibility will drop on you. So,
okay.
Remember that.
You see her sort of lay a gentle finger on one of the tattoos on her leg, and it begins to. I'm narrating this as if you can see each other, but
well, if she's using magic, it'll drop invisibility too. A spell or an attack.
She's going to begin the action of holding the spell, basically. She's not conjured the spell to herself yet.
Okay.
So she just begins, like, you see the moment of preparation beginning to happen. So you're going to go rush in and then drop invisibility to teleport out. That's the plan?
Yep.
Okay. You continue into the room without much incident. Renori, you step over branches, roots, dips in the stone where they're cracked. Everyone makes their way through differently without much issue, and any noise that you catch seems covered by the general din in the room. It's very quiet, but it's enough. You make your way up to this pedestal. The shard is about this big, and it's got very jagged edges to it. There is, as you get closer, it's very similar to the other stones. It is this deep, deep green. And there are just these almost veins of light that consistently run through it and light up in just very quick sort of reactionary flares. And as that happens, you're seeing these sparks as they jump off. and you see them like sprouting new growth in the area. Stone's in front of you.
Renori grabs it.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw, please. Natural 20?
Natural 20 for a 21.
Oh my god.
I'm crying.
Your wisdom
is-
saving is only a +1?
Oh, saving!
Yeah, a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, 25.
Okay.
Say,
Oh
mine's
my
a +8.
God.
Yeah, I was looking at just straight wisdom. I'm sorry.
I was
You-
just like,
That was really great. The way you were so
There's
excited about the
something in the
21
water.
was really great.
Well, I was so excited it was a natural 20 because I was looking at the +1 and I was like, this could be bad.
Mm.
oh my gosh.
You reach out and you grab the shard. And the edges begin to sort of uncomfortably cut into your hand a bit. Not enough to do any sort of major damage. It's just like uncomfortable to hold. You feel the immediate blast wave in your mind as your just sort of will bends like a willow under the force of it. You feel ooh.
Oh, are you gonna hurt me?
Maybe.
Okay.
It's the
Oh
way
my
Chris is like,
God.
let me adjust my headphones. I get let me catch this in 4K. Renori, you feel grief. A very familiar grief. As your hand comes into contact with this shard, you, for a moment, shift out of your current space. You hear cries and screams. The clambering panic, raw and animalistic, of people scrambling, running for their lives. You hear begging. At one point, close to you, you hear a very specific exchange. A mother holding her child.
No.
And you hear that child whimpering and screaming and crying, and you hear this mother just shh, shh, voice trembling as she just, you assume, clutches. You can't see anything in this. Your vision has gone to sort of blur. And you hear more of this screaming as it begins to die out. And you feel this rippling wave of pain. And it's not physical pain connected to maybe a wound that you would have sustained. It's almost spiritual. Renori, for a second, you feel as though you are burning alive. And the fire is sentient. And it is consuming you whole. And you don't almost know what to do with all of this pain. It feels it's yours. It is centuries of being alive. It is centuries of roots planted, of trees that gave shelter, of bushes that gave new life, of plants that have died and therefore fertilized new growth. It is history. Thousands of years of watching over families, friends, loners. And it is the grief of something being destroyed. Roll me a wisdom check, please. With disadvantage. A check, not a saving throw.
Yeah. 15.
All of this washes over you, and for a moment you are almost lost. You have your bearings. You understand that you are Renori. You understand where you are, what you're doing. All of that is not lost to you. But you manage to almost dig your proverbial heels in and orient yourself in this torrent of pain and memories. And you realize, although this pain is familiar to you, it is not your pain. You are not reliving something that happened to you, Renori. And as you're taking this in, and what that means, and the pain of the memories undoubtedly flashing through your own mind, resurfacing, you catch another exchange. This is in Elvish, but you understand it as you are a drow. You hear a young voice, female, feminine, and you hear begging. Terrified, breathless, sobbing, begging. And you hear this voice say the following. There's almost a shuddering breath. And this spilling of words that even in Elvish doesn't make quite a lot of sense. Before the person breathes in and breathes out. I already lost father. And I shouldered that. I buried him. I grieved. Don't take my brother from me too. My mother, my sister. My home. I don't understand. Please. This forest has given life to millions and millions of people. Why would you destroy it? And you hear a deep, almost velveteen smooth voice that almost seems musical in nature, just a bit. Well, kid, to be honest, it ain't personal. I've got a lot of ground to cover in this war, and, fortunately, your home's a casualty, so you have something I need. Sometimes you can't send your lackeys to do it. You gotta do the dirty work yourself, and, hells aren't gonna conquer themselves. And you hear this voice, this feminine voice. If my home is going to be your casualty, then you won't have what you came for. And you hear the sound of shattering. And you are pulled back into this space, standing in this room, shard in hand. What are you doing?
Renori spins around. Now! And she drops invisibility on everyone.
Everyone becomes visible. there's a moment where all of the guards like there's just this moment of panic, of recognition. Some of the guards taking in the shard in your hand, a few of them pointing their weapons in your direction, but before they can even move a step, your vision once again blurs and disappears. And I get to do a thing. Okay, Dice, I see you. You feel the unpleasant sting of sunlight on your face. And as your surroundings sort of come to light around you and you squint in the now bright light after the dimness you were used to, you see the very painful, reflective glare of the sea. You are standing in the village that you came from, where Zelda lived. All of you in tow. Raven and Tide.
Did you get my DM earlier?
Renori, just really quickly, will put the stone in her pocket and walk away. I'm gonna go pee.
Okay, that's fair. Raven and Tide, before all of this, before they appear, there is still time. I just wanted to kind of go through that without breaking the suspension here. Yeah, it takes some time for them to go through this, and so you have a moment. Raven, you and Kip have gone out fishing. Tide, you stay in the house with John. I'm going to start with you. As Raven sort of ushers Kip out of the house, it's just you and John in this house.
Tide is gonna go over to the little fruit bowl and take out like one of the pears, and look at it, and then look at John and just go, "I slept with Kip, and now it's awkward, and sorry."
I mean,
and then just take a bite.
That was definitely understood, but I appreciate your honesty.
Oh my God.
Why?
Yeah, I'm not really looking for anything serious right now, but I accidentally left with the rest of the group afterwards and didn't say anything. And I don't really want to say anything now, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I could... That's giving me the other half of... Yeah. Kip's a sweetheart. I don't think he'll be offended if you tell him you're not looking for attachments, but you should probably tell him if you haven't. I suspect he's going to start to take your avoidance personal.
Yeah, I'm not really good at those conversations, and this is kind of why
I am not good at those conversations either, if that's what you're implying.
I mean, you know him, and he's like a brother to you, and...
I have to see. I have to roll a percentage for John. Tide. I appreciate everything you've done for me. I really do, but I've just met you. And as much as I do love Kip, I just don't feel comfortable breaking that kind. Like, that's not my feelings. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I just met you.
Get out of here soon. Anyway,
There's a baby Maya corgi yawning, doing such a good yawn.
Oh.
And then Ty is just gonna stop talking and just eat much of the fruit in the bowl.
Okay. Raven, Kip brings in a pretty considerable catch, and you don't get any bites.
Yeah, that tracks. I was about to be like, I think that eventually when Raven's just like not catching anything, she's just going to be just like standing in the water, like doing the thing where like you're burying your feet into the sand and sort of like picking them back up and watching the sand billow up, and then she's like doing that repeatedly. And then she'll sort of look at Hip, and then she's like, um, okay. That was a dice roll. You know what? Yeah, okay. So what are you going to do now that well, I know that Ripley sort of tasked you to keep an eye on John, but now that we're kidnapping him, quote unquote, that's not a thing. I mean, what do you want to stay around here?
Oh, well, to be honest with you, I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do. I don't want to dump all of this on you. I just should.
I mean, I asked.
Okay. So you know how like Ripley's like super in good with her family, kind of like stuff's like weird right now, but like it's like they're like a family,
Yeah, sure. I don't have parents.
Oh, okay. This will make things I think easier. The way that they're like close and stuff, I'm not really like that. I think I spent more time here than I did back home. My mom left us when I was pretty young, and my dad kind of just never got over it in the way that Ripley's dad did, Uncle Rob did. So he kind of became terrible to be around, and so I just came over here more and more because I was upset too, and I miss her too, but he couldn't handle himself missing her and also me missing her, and I was like a handful as a kid, so I get it.
All kids are handfuls. I mean, that's kind of what parents ask for when they have kids.
Yeah, but I think it's different when all of a sudden you're doing it by yourself. And he, yeah, so I spend a lot of time here and with John and Ripley, and now, I mean, there are adventures with you guys. That's pretty cool. I don't really want to go home, and I don't really know where to go, so honestly, I'm probably just gonna wander. I'm still kind of new to this whole paladin thing. I don't know if I'm gonna get, like, a phone call from above. That seems kind of magical. Like, hey, here's your divine quest. So I think I'm just gonna wander and wait for that to happen.
Okay. That's not a bad idea. I was kind of floating around a bit myself until I was called for mission by the gods too. So
Dude,
can't exactly shit on that plan. And it was, I mean, I wasn't planning on like waiting for a divine quest. You know what I mean?
yeah. Did you like being on your own?
That is a complicated question.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly a learning curve. Once I met a whole bunch of people, and then interpersonal dynamics are just not exactly my strong suit. But yeah, I mean, well, I'd imagine that like John and Ripley would want to keep in touch with you, so if you do decide to wander, at least keep in touch, and then if any trouble starts to float your way, I'd imagine they'd rather know than not.
Yeah, I think I will. I mean, I can't imagine not having them around, you know? I think I'm gonna have to keep in, yeah, like, not, I'm not saying that to be an ass. I just, like, you know, I've been on my own a lot. I've been lonely a lot, but I don't think I've ever really been on my own. I feel like it's, I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out, I guess. He kind of, like, brings in this fishing net, and it sort of, like, you sort of, like, walk through it, like this, and then he sort of, like, ties it up and then begins hauling it in, to kind of check what's in it.
I mean, this wasn't my experience, but that's because I spent most of my time on my own running for my life, which is a long story. But I would recommend trying to find yourself. I'm doing the same, so I wish you luck.
Thanks, Raven. Really, appreciate that.
Yeah.
He hauls
And
in
then
this net.
She'll give him a very genuine smile and be like, let's just say that most of my cooking experience is, at best, the adjective is edible. So I'm going to leave you to the cooking, and I'm going to go check in on Tide and John.
Okay, I'll figure something out for us.
Yeah, I'm telling, like, I want to offer to help, but it would be a bad idea.
It's okay.
She's just going to go off to find Tide and John.
Okay, so Tide, when the silence sort of lapses over the two of you, John pulls out that pack he's carrying on his back, and it's just stuffed full of books. Just books. And he starts rifling through it like a raccoon in a trash can, and then pulls out a specific, like, this sort of like a muted red cover. Looks like an old sort of worn book, and thumbs through it and picks up a page that isn't marked and just sits himself down with this, like, bag, sort of one arm around it, and just begins reading, kind of like tucks himself in the corner at that small table that's in that front room.
Tide is gonna start eating slower, like decrease his speed in which he eats things, and look over and is there anything on the cover that I can see?
Roll me a perception check.
I really should know by now. It's episode 29. That's 4.
Okay.
That's a 10.
Okay. Yeah, nothing jumps.
Tide has eyes. That's it.
It does, in his face. No discerning features on the cover of the book.
Okay, Tide is gonna maintain his distance from John because the last conversation didn't go particularly well, and doesn't want to, like, come off as more pushy.
Okay. At this moment, Raven, you would probably swing the door open.
Yeah, she does it with thaumaturgy, so you see her, like, sort of gesture with her hand out, and then she, like, gestures again and the door closes behind her. And then Raven will sort of see that John and Tide are separated a bit and be kind of like, I don't even want to know, in her head. And she's just going to, she's going to make an insight check on Tide real quick. Just gonna be a 14.
What are you looking for?
Just to see if he like needs to talk to somebody.
Tide, what's your body language right now?
Or wants to, I should say. Oh, you're muted.
I'm imagining this bowl of fruit is on like a counter, like a bar counter level, and he's kind of like this eating, like so he's like a little bit hunched, and he's just like picking at like grapes that are in the bowl. Not like super quickly, but like clearly, kind of avoiding things. I don't think Tide knows if he wants to talk to anybody, so I can't
Okay.
really give you an idea of that.
Okay, so Raven will stop at. Is Ty closer to the door than John is?
There, Tide's a little bit farther, just a bit.
Okay, Raven's just it doesn't matter. It's a triangle anyway. This pathing. So Raven is going to just quickly go up to Ty and be like, yesterday after I talked to Tessa and like you sort of ushered me over, I understand what you're trying to do, and so thanks for like helping, I guess. With that.
Oh, and he'll like kind of put a grape back in the bowl. Yeah, anytime. I know it's not. Relationships are messy, and I the thing that happened with me and Chad, and now it's kind of happening with me and John. Is just
Do you mean Kip?
it sucks, and yes, I do mean Kip.
Okay.
And he says Kip, I said John. It's just not fun, and sometimes it's better if somebody else is there too.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But thanks. And then she'll quickly run over to John.
Okay.
He's sitting?
Yeah, he's seated. There's like this small table in this front room. And so he's sitting there, and he's kind of like got this giant bag next to him. He's got an arm around. And on the other hand, he's just like reading like this book. So he's kind of like tucked into the corner a little bit.
Raven will try to sit near him.
Okay.
At the table, and she'll just kind of be like, so, I mean, you found out your mom is a celestial. Did you find that when out when Ripley found that out, or did you know before that?
I knew. Ripley left, as you know, and it was just me and Brock for a little while. Kip was around a lot, but just kind of us. And I don't know, this stuff just sort of started happening to me, and I don't know, when I feel lost, I read. So I started trying to figure out what was going on. I went to Father. Father kind of dodged the truth, and I took 2 years, maybe? I'd definitely done some damage by the time he deemed it appropriate to tell me. But I knew. And Ripley needed to hear it, not read it from me.
Yeah. I was in a tough place too. And I also went to book instead.
There's a lot of comfort in a page.
Especially when Well, a lot of my reading was motivated by revenge. um, I don't know. Being here and like okay, I guess I'm just going to say everything that I'm thinking because you'll need the context. Um, I don't know. I never wanted to know who my actual parents were. I grew up in an orphanage, and I just wanted parents.
Mm.
And then that dream kind of was quickly smushed. But I remember laying at night, praying in the moonlight for parents. And then a lot of shit hit the fan, and it kept hitting the fan. And I don't know, I mean, with you and Ripley, and Ripley reuniting with your family and your dad and everything, and then finding out that your mom was a celestial and stuff. Did that change anything for you about, your mom or anything?
To be honest, and he sort of closes the book and turns so he can face you a little bit better. And for better or for worse, Raven, you see a lot of yourself in him, in this sort of sullen look and almost posture that he's taking on. You recognize that sadness. And kind of just shifts a little bit before he looks up at you. I was absolutely furious for a while. Because I'm the youngest. Brock adopted, yes, but I'm the youngest. My memories of her are so blurry. And the harder I think about them, the more I feel like I lose my grip on them. And so I filled in the gaps. I told myself that, like what everyone was saying, she was a hero. I would wander the libraries and be like, maybe I'd pick a book and I'd say it was her favorite. Or I'd make a meal and I'd say, oh, Mom messed this up once. She burnt it so bad even Dad wouldn't eat it. I had to fill in whatever I could find. And I constructed an idea of a mom that maybe I could grow to like. Ripley was truly the closest thing I had to a mom. So when I found out she was celestial, I lost it. It's one thing if you're an elf, a mortal, to leave. It's another if it feels like you were assigned to your family and you couldn't even bother to stick around. And now, of course, all this resentment is misplaced. Perhaps I should be holding my aunt more accountable for Mom's death than her, but I was and still am furious. To have a mom I never knew and then to find out she wasn't even who I dreamed she might be shattered my world.
Raven just sort of nods in a very like you have empathy for people, but then you have empathy for people,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that's sort of like the energy she gives. It's just very solemn. Sometimes you're more angry about the fact that they're gone.
Yeah.
I don't. I feel like I'm finally having a little bit of room to breathe and catch my breath and starting over hopefully. And I just I think I'd rather know now. And maybe before I was just afraid that my parents just didn't want me, and there was no other explanation other than that, but I don't know. At least that would give me some understanding as to like who I am, how my life started. I think I want to try to find out who my parents are. But you know, they're saving the world, so that's probably not going to happen for a while.
John gives a sort of dry chuckle. And then he kind of just... You see the face of an idea. As like the eyes sort of narrow as he considers something, and then he rummages through the pack, and you see him like shifting books around where corners are sort of like distressing the leather of this bag. And somewhere near the very bottom, he gets in there, he begins fishing out and then pulls out this small black leather bound, like it's like a book. It's like not super like hefty, but it's got some volume to it, and just some simple designs on the leather cover, and passes it to you. And it smells fragrance, like perfumed a bit, and goes, it would be very presumptuous of me to tell you who you are, as it would, I think, for anyone to tell you who you are. But, I like to read, and that was a lot of how I passed the time while I was waiting for Ripley to come back. And I found this book. It's a record from an adventurer who's just sort of wandering around, and I don't know, it's parts of it are probably fictional, if not the whole thing, but it was a comforting read, and I think it might at least keep you company.
Okay. Raven, like, went through a roller coaster of emotions. Like, as soon as he took it out and was just like, this is a record, her heart started beating so fast and her hands started shaking. Like, what the fuck is happening? Is he about to, like, give me a record?
Here's your parents!
All of the babies born in this country.
Raven, I've got good news. Your parents are in this bag.
She's like, what in the Deus Ex Machina is this shit? But then she was just like, oh, okay, this is just like a story. So she was just like, yeah, no, that would have been ridiculous. So she's just like, yeah, thank you for this.
Yeah.
And she like takes it.
It's got some weight to it. It uses those like thicker pages, you know, so like when you look at the sort of page, like where there's the spine, and then there's the side where the pages are out, and they're like almost uneven. you know, like that's the sort of vibe here with the leather bound cover, and it's embossed with a very simple black on black design, and it smells faintly of wildflowers. And you can just add I just remembered something that's just really cute about this. You can add a storyish journal to your inventory.
I'm just gonna put it under book.
Yeah.
'Cause
That's fair.
I'll make a more specific thingy later. Just for now, I just put book.
That's fair. Is there anything else you wanted to say to John? Or can I pass it over?
No, I think that's basically how Raven spent her time trying to navigate
Okay, so
the like bubbling anxiety about like where her friends are. She's just like, let me just like try to tackle a different super anxious thing, and maybe that'll be how I manage anxiety.
that's fair. Tide, is there anything sort of you want to do here? Is you're ruminating over some fruit? Okay. So going over to Renori. The piercing sunlight of the early, not super early at this point, we're probably approaching like 9 or 10 o'clock. Like, it's been a little while since waking up.
Been a while.
So it's 9 or 10 a.m.
9 or 10 a.m. Yeah. Because you all were pretty much up at dawn to get this underway.
And I would know.
Okay. All
Oh
right.
my god, I'm crying.
So
I have a keen mind beat.
we noticed. You appear in the village, and you are holding in your hand the shard. You're clutching it quite tightly.
Where in the village did we appear?
Kind of closer to the shoreline, but not in the water.
So Tessa figured that out.
Yeah.
I'm crying.
Tessa recalibrated.
Like a GPS.
Yeah.
Related.
Yeah, Renori will put the shard in one of her pockets and walk towards Azilda's house.
Okay. You make your way to Zelda's house with the group in tow. And so Raven, Tide, some time has passed between that moment that we were with you and the returning of the group. By this time, Kip has brought in the catch, which is then dispersed amongst the entire village. It's a very collaborative group sharing sort of situation. The resources are shared. So he takes his share and pretty quickly mixes up a sort of not as good, but still pretty good version of the stew that Zelda had served you when you first arrived. You can tell that he probably learned this from her, just tasting it. So you two have been served this food already.
You've been served.
You've been served with papers to arrive at court.
Yes. You both have like received bowl, and then like the fresh bread makes its way around to the other houses, so Kip's able to snag some for you all by the time the group returns. So I mean, Tide, I know you eat fast, but like roughly about like a normal person's halfway point through a meal to kind of land us in a midway here. The door swings open, and you see Renori, Casper, Boomstick, Tessa, and Faustus. As they all make their way inside and the door is shut. Kip is not here. Kip, after serving the stew, went back outside to help some of the other folks.
We got it. Now we just gotta wait for Ripley.
Raven hugs the first person who ends up.
I think that's Renori.
Yeah, that's Renori.
Yeah, it's like very fast. Like you open the door, all of a sudden Raven is just in your vicinity, just like hugging you.
Hi, it's good to see
Hi.
you too. Renori hugs her back, but is like very like, because trauma just happened.
Yeah, Raven doesn't know that.
I
She's just worried
know.
that her friends are okay.
No, and
Physically.
Renori is,
That caveat physically.
yeah.
Star.
No, yeah, Renori hugs her back, but is still like, hi, hi.
Okay, I don't think that Raven picks up on like any sort of like hesitation or like deeper layer underneath like the way you said hi.
No, it would read just as like shocked to get hugged right walking through the door.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, I don't know.
Okay.
You want to try to like wrap this up before we keep going?
Yeah, I was just waiting. I didn't know if you were gonna say something to each other. So Renora, you receive a hug. You make your way in. Tide, you also see everyone come in. As stated, Ripley is not with you, but you do have the shard. Renori, Tessa immediately makes her way over to you, kind of pulls you aside from the group, and just goes, like, holds out a hand for it.
Yeah.
The shard, Renori?
Not yet.
Ooh! She kind of looks back at the group and then sort of gestures to the spare room. A word?
Yeah.
You slip into the back room and the door, she kind of just presses the door shut. Okay. So not yet. Can we elaborate on not yet?
When I grabbed the stone, there were a lot of things thrown my way mentally.
The stone attempts to wrest violent control of any mind that comes into contact of it, yes.
That's not what I'm referring to. That part wasn't really a struggle. It was as if I overheard a conversation that happened when the stone was broken into shards. It was as if I were there, listening to what happened before the stone became what it is now.
It's very peculiar, actually.
Sounded a lot like somebody's story I know, actually.
Okay.
She looks Tessa directly in the eyes.
Prolonged eye contact.
Prolonged eye contact. She kind of squints at you like, you're staring, and that's indicating to me that I am centered in this reference, but I'm a bit lost.
Have you had any contact or anything to do with the stones prior to us going to retrieve them?
No.
Then I guess just a lot of people watch their entire civilizations die. And maybe the other timeline is fucking with me.
You see her eyes widen. And you see that probably what you would imagine you looked like when this initially hit you just cross over her face.
Yeah, that's how I felt too.
Renori, what did you see?
Wasn't so much seeing as hearing. But I heard a young woman. And it was all in Elvish. Begging. Crying. she had already lost her dad and already shouldered that and buried him and grieved and didn't want her brother, her mother, her sister taken from her too, her home. She was confused, didn't understand because this forest had given so much life. Wanted to know why this person would destroy it. The other person had a really deep voice. It was a little musical, velvety, and they said it wasn't personal, and that in this war they had a lot of ground to cover, and sometimes they had to do it themselves. That the Hells weren't gonna conquer themselves. And the female voice responded that if her home was gonna be a casualty, then this person wasn't gonna get what they wanted, and I heard what sounded like the splitting shards of a stone.
You see tear tracks just down Tessa's face, and she is shaking.
Does this resonate with you? Feel familiar?
That's not what happened. I'm putting together some very important pieces in a puzzle that I had been missing.
Maybe I can fill some in.
When I was a child, my father had discovered a seemingly natural source of unending arcane energy and had used it to try and buffer our civilization's technology, and in doing so made himself irreparably ill and passed away. And I buried him, and I shouldered that. And as I grew older, only a couple more years passed before our forest was consumed by flame. And Mephistopheles stood before me and reasoned that the slaughter of every life except mine was okay, because it was a war. And you know what happened, Renori? He killed every single person in my village. He slit my brother's throat. He crushed my mother's skull. His imps shredded my sister in front of me alive. And I moved on. There was no stone. There was no back door. I'm glad that maybe some other version of me had a moment of closure, but for me, it was a massacre, and I walked away. I would have told you. And she kind of just, you see that her gaze go a bit distant as she looks off to the side. And then for a moment, that gaze comes over to you again. I don't know.
Minori's crying, but also looks pissed.
I don't know what this means. I don't know what you heard, although I don't doubt it. That sounds exactly like me, but I'm standing before you, and I swear to you, I wouldn't lie to you like that.
I'm not, trying to argue with what you're saying right now. That's, not contesting your story. But you need to know. I mean, you know, we're from a different timeline, right?
Raven, I sense, told me everything but the most important parts. There was stuff that she said she couldn't tell me for my sake. Wasn't her story to tell along those lines.
I think what I just told you fills that in.
And you see Tessa.
A little bit.
You see Tessa. Take that
Perhaps.
Perhaps, yeah. If your intelligence is high enough. Which, yeah. Okay.
Wait, are you saying that the thing that you saw, Kristen, was what happened? Is like the filling of the blanks for what happened in the other timeline?
Yes. Because Tessa, what Renori is implying
right,
is
never
that
mind.
Tessa
I forgot
destroyed
something.
the stone and sent
Yeah.
the shards into the world when doing so. For the sake of saving her home.
Right. Yes. I forgot something also.
Okay. As Tessa you and Tessa stand in this empty, quiet back room. You can hear the quiet murmuring of chattering in the front room, and we're drawing this episode of Stormborn's Curse to a close. On that somber note, thank you to everybody who hung out with us today. Really appreciate it. We went a little bit longer than usual, but thank you to all the new friends that came in, who subscribed, who followed. You're like super cool, and I really appreciate that. If you like what you saw tonight, or you want to catch up on our other episodes, we are live here every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, same time, unless on Twitter we say otherwise. And all of the VODs are currently up on my VOD channel. This one will be going up sometime over the weekend eventually. And yeah, I also possibly will be back on Monday with a gaming stream, but my schedule's a little funky-wucky right now, so I will touch base on that. But you can definitely rely on this every Friday. On Sunday, I will be live over on Amber's channel, the Space Jamber, for a quick round of Coven, which is an original TTRPG that's Warlocks only. Really, really super excited about that and supporting our other fellow creators in the space, so please make sure you tune into that. And with that being said, thank you very much, and we will see you next week for our next episode. Bye!